Alright, welcome back guys to another AC3 stream. Hey Valevi, good day to you. Know you. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, welcome back to this awesome game. Let me just check one thing real quick here. Okay. So, we are back with more Sequence 9. Actually quite close to finishing off the main story. However, there's still quite a few things to do. Mostly side stuff, and also kind of decided to play the Tourney of King Washington DLC. However, we're gonna do it without any kind of like challenge or optional objectives. I'm just gonna try to play through the story and, you know, kind of like just get it over with, I guess. It's not that long if you just focus on the main stories, so we can probably get through it in like 1.5 streams or something. Ah, very nice, Levi. That sounds amazing. What did you get from the Chinese restaurant? And yeah, I'm doing quite well. Was awake last night a bit longer than I wanted to. But yeah, I was kind of working on the AC Unity timetable, and I don't know, time went by so damn fast when I did. But yeah, it was kind of interesting getting all the events of the game kind of like lined up. But yeah, there's so many freaking missions in Unity, as you know. So going through each of them, checking like for dates, just took ages. And hey Barot, welcome in Senny. Long time no see. Thank you so much for the raid, dude, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream. Hey Max, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Slav, you had some chicken in peanut sauce. That sounds pretty amazing. I do like peanuts, so yeah. It's been a few centuries. How have you been? You did thanks, dude. You have 7 levels left low. Oh, very nice. That's good going. Reckon you might be able to finish that in the next stream, maybe? But yeah, dude, it's been way too long. Yeah, we're just getting started with some AC3 here. I haven't really done anything yet, except for checking on the menu here. My controller's disconnecting again. Give me just 1 sec. Okay. So yeah, we still have like another 10 main stories left here, and also quite a few side missions. What I would like to do first is actually check on the trading economy. I think you should be able to. Might take a whole stream low. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I reckon like you know, navigation would be like a big kind of like struggle, at least for me if I would play the game. And also just, you know, dying because of like things like you heard earlier, you know, with like the sliding and Lara jumping whenever she wants to sometimes. And yeah, no worries for the shout out. Thanks again, Levi, for giving it to Rod. Okay, let's go ahead and buy some resources here. We have apples, barley, eggs, flax, also milk, and wool. Also buy some maple, and walnut. Some catnip. Ah, nice beaver pelts as well. You have a meeting in 15 minutes, Vo, so you'll be quiet again. You'll be back, Vo. No worries at all, Levi. I hope the meeting goes well. And yeah, I will catch up with you later. But those can be damn annoying. Very maze-like as well, which helps make more time pass before you get anywhere. Yeah. Definitely a bit tricky. I feel like that's the case with a lot of old school games. But navigation is a bit of a challenge itself. Okay. Another thing, I actually activated the outfit reward again. Now that we play only AC3 and no other game. At least for a while. So yeah, by typing in ! outfits, you can have a look at all the outfits available at the moment. Okay, let's make some disinfectants. Some flour. You can also make glass bottles. It's always useful to kind of like store stuff in. We can make linseed wusse. Also some sewing threads. We can craft some spirits. Those actually sell quite nice. We can make some all-purpose remedy. Some bandages. You can also make plows. Some hair accessory. I mean, why not? Ah damn, it doesn't work. Hold up, I think it's still set to rogue, I think, as a category to only trigger then. Hold up, I'm gonna fix that real quick. Also, hey Vitalian, welcome in, dude. Good mornings, I hope you're having a good one. Alright, outfits. Alright, it should work now, I think. Okay, that's it. Time to send out some convoys here. Let's go ahead and sell some pelts here, because that's always a good way of making more money. Alright, the New York outfit it is. Okay, so I don't think I actually have it available right now in my storage, but I should get it by going to New York, I think. Let's have a look in the shopkeeper over there. There's actually a homestead mission nearby as well.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, there it is. Actually buy all the outfits right now. Just so we have them available. Any other? The auto visa purchase. Okay, let's go for New York. This black outfit has red accents and was crafted by a New York tailor. Thanks for redeeming that rod. Yeah, it looks great, dude. I love the colors coming together there. It's definitely quite subtle, but has some nice kind of like flair. Another thing I could buy here is actually for Big Dave, I think, some better smithing tools.
How can I help you?
Yeah, the ebony hammer handle. This durable wooden hammer handle is made from pure ebony. Its balanced handle and perfect grip make it a pleasure to use. And the hardened steel hammerhead will allow you to work even the hardest metal, an essential tool for the professional blacksmith. Okay, both of this needed for Big Dave here.
Captain's on a warpath for that deserter. What's his name? Big Man or some such thing? Big Dave. Did in a whole unit escaping, they say. Dave's in for a rough ride, seems to me.
Oh, you are. There's actually a few things I want to do in New York, which includes the liberation missions. I still want to get all of the assassins recruited, and also want to collect all the chests as well. I still have to get the recipe for like naval convoys. It would kind of like increase our money flow. Not like we need a whole lot of money at this point anymore, but I still kind of like to get as much money as I can.
have my everlasting gratitude, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and teleport here to get rid of this music loop. Let's go up here. Oh yeah, dude, I love the sword animations in this game for Connor. What I kind of love about them is that Connor uses the sword like very unconventionally, which makes a lot of sense, I think. It's more suited to his style, you know, rather than like a traditional sword fighting style, since he never really got trained in that. Especially love his like jump, roll, stab attack with a sword. I make my own loop. Indeed. Yeah, man. It's kind of weird that they still haven't fixed that for the remaster version. Considering literally everybody has a bug and just really getting on the nerves after a while. I mean, yeah, you can fix it, but most people actually don't know how. Yeah, dude, they did a great job with the animations and kind of like making them suitable for Connor.
These men have been found guilty of treason and conspiracy.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. If it does
Okay, let's have a look at the assassins here. Wanna send them out on more missions. We're still working on North Carolina. A kind diversion. Colonel Henry Lee is marching to confront Bannerstreet Tarleton's dragoons. He thinks the young officer's revert cavalry is the ultimate prize. It is folly. Lead him towards John Powell's column and defuse the impending disaster. Yeah, that laugh. Reminds me also of the heralds in the Ezio games. Whenever you bribe them. But yeah, Ezio's the last one to laugh when he's just going ahead and, you know, looting the money back that he bribed them with. Imo. A Templar has infiltrated the delegates of the Maryland Congress. Find him and bring him down as quickly as possible.
So, what have you been eating?
You seen the woman that worked here? She was my wife. A trollop for my wife. A woman and her little girl. Oh, no. Not you!
Yes, me. I like how we just let him like run away. Don't even bother going after him. Rope that would stop him quick, indeed. Yeah, that's what I love about rope darts as well, you know, just like pulling back those guys that try to run away from you. Ah, nice, we can actually recruit another assassin here. Oh yeah, let's do it.
We were just discussing the result of your work. It seems these military men are after you.
I have caught their attention.
It does make our goals harder to achieve. The man we're after has gone into hiding, protected by his soldiers.
We fight our way in then.
Not possible, even for a man of your abilities. But I have another, less conventional idea. You will be our prisoner, and we shall present you for the bounty.
Yeah, I love those kind of assassinations. There's also a really cool one in Unity where you pretend to be a prisoner during the La Touche assassination in Versailles. Pretty close to the ending of the game. And yeah, it's really well made. I like how the assassins spawned all the way down there. You give this guy. A jump. that he did. Right now we can use a new ability here, which is varied. I kinda use the cover ability right now.
Has your Pippin thrown a shoe?
People, bear witness to what happens to rebels. My part.
I was still waiting on the guy to come back here.
Men defied the curfew, set in place for your safety. They assaulted His Majesty's soldiers and conspired against the authority of the military. Such blatant disregard for the protocol, designed to protect the citizens of New York, will be punished by death. We seek not to control you, to oppress you. We seek only to ensure your safety in the face of conflict and aggression. The civilians of New York must be protected at all costs.
Okay, there we go. Cover escort.
No matter their allegiance. It seems that these three men sought to jeopardize your well-being.
Hey Vermola, welcome in, dude.
Not tolerate it.
Hope you're doing well.
That him doesn't look like much.
Doesn't matter now, does it? The commander will have his way with him. I wish I could be there to see.
It's kinda weird they can still spot me. Like everybody's just like jumping to water.
That man, he thought what he was doing was right.
He did, as do his brothers.
Who was he really?
There are powerful organizations who seek control, nothing more. This man belonged to one.
It does not surprise me. I don't know who you are, but if you should need my help, I am happy to give it.
Doesn't know who I am. I talked to him like 3 times already. I think he has like amnesia or something. Friday, hell yes. Indeed, Mona. I hope it's a good one so far. I But yeah, that's Jakob Zenger unlocked. It's actually a database entry for him as well, isn't there? Let's see, people. Jakob Zenger was born near the town of Mannheim in what is today southwestern Germany. He's the son of a farmer, one of 13 siblings. Seems like a lot by modern standards, but colonial families were large, and the sad truth is that only 4 of Jacob's brothers and sisters would survive to adulthood. Zenger's family was poor and his career prospects were limited in Mannheim. Following the promise of a better life, he signed up as a soldier. After several years of his service, he was shipped to New York, one of the Hessians sent to fight for the British in the Revolution. Zenger, like many of the Hessian troops, left the service after coming overseas. Eager to get back to the country, Zenger bought a plot of land and left New York. However, after a series of crop failures, he was forced to move back to the city, taking up the only career that he could find to pay the bills, working as a bodyguard.
Have my everlasting gratitude, sir.
There's a couple liberation missions here. Let's go over there.
Yeah, Mr. White! Yes, science!
Yes, science. Hey there, Spectre. Welcome in. kill like 10 people to carry one sick guy. Seems legit. Ah, cool. So that unlocks the other option here to talk to the next potential assassin.
About time you showed up.
What are you doing?
I mean to start my inoculations. It's the most effective way to prevent the disease.
Not a worry. Pity people are so damn stupid. Hey, Connor. What's wrong with you?
An attack is coming. Are you ready for a fight?
Always. You tell me where you want me and I'll make sure not a single man gets through.
Okay, we can actually use the ambush ability now. Oh yeah? Let's create another ambush here too. Highlight multiple throughout. So look, is that actually the best boarding X we have? Ah, never mind, it's the only one. Oh yeah, the New York outfit is great. I like it as well, quite a lot.
The assassins have long since branched out across the globe. The colonies are no exception. The man you killed was a Templar.
And here I was thinking you were helping me. I must say, I'm honored. If you ever need my help again, don't hesitate.
Dude. What the fuck? What just happened? First we had like Connor with like really short hair all of a sudden. And we have like Stefan assassinating an invisible guy through Connor. And then this guy just doing like a 360 ragdoll. I think that was like AC3 remastered in a nutshell. You know, and then also if you like a music loop happening at the same time there. Jesus Christ. Okay. let's go and fast travel over here. And then we want to send the assassins out on missions. So, we want to work on New Jersey next. We're gonna send level 1 assassins on there, or level 0 I guess. Trenton. Johann Rao is a confirmed Templar and currently garrisoned at Trenton. Washington intends a surprise attack Christmas morning. Join Washington on his march and guarantee Rao is never heard from again. I guess we should rather do it like this here. And then we have Delaware. Sound the message. The Patriot cause is falling off deaf ears in Delaware. Travel to Sussex County and bring the rebel message to the people. Yeah, you guys can try that, I guess. Good thing we have the piece of Eden that shields us against bullets. Man, I love these double counter kills. Just so damn satisfying. Alright, let's send the assassins out on missions again. Back in New Jersey. Attack on Fort Mercer. Karl Emilius von Donop has been bested at the Second Battle of Trenton and is craving retribution. He's advancing on Fort Mercer at Red Bank out of his head and ready for slaughter. He must be stopped at all costs. Also, hey there, Aura. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good day so far. And we have Delaware. Find the source. It appears the Templar agent is responsible for the lack of support in Delaware. Snap up the cause and put an end to his influence. Happy it's Friday. Yeah, I bet.
Mister, please, can you help me? Praise be to God. I was reaping my yield and these lobsterbacks attacked me. I mean only to sell my produce in the borough. Please, they sent for reinforcements when I fought back. I only need to finish the harvest, and I cannot rebuff them alone.
Watched a couple episodes of Our Flag Means Death last night. It's pretty funny. It's about Steve Bonnet, and he couldn't stop thinking of AC4. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I heard about that show. That's really cool. They, you know, made one about him. Such a great character in, you know, Black Flag. Good comedic relief as well.
Seizing everything and driving up the cost. It's not right.
It's not right. Like how this guy just spawned there. The music is a little bit intense. Okay, let's go over here. There's even a short clip of Blackbeard that is so similar to Blackbeard's speech in the game too, Smoke and All. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, that's like one of his most famous Carfly characteristics, right? The whole like appearance of him and the way he wanted to scare people. So many soldiers, yeah. Just stepping outside would mean immediately getting attacked. Okay. Well then. I kinda need to lose notoriety. Can I counter you for once? Okay, I just can't counter people sometimes. Kinda stupid, but yeah, it happens. Again. Fucking hell. Combat, please. Yeah. Let's use Synod right here. Just can't counter people sometimes, as the game shows another how to counter power blow. Yeah, it's kind of ironic. But yeah, it's fine. Okay, I still want to get the last assassin recruited here, so let's go over there. Do some more liberation missions. And then we can send the other ones on mission, I reckon. Yeah, back to New Jersey. Crucial days. The days to come in New Jersey are likely to be pivotal for the war. Accompany the soldiers in New Jersey and do whatever is in your power to assure victory. Of course, Stefan actually has become assassin rank now. Same for Duncan and also Clipper. Oh yeah. And in Delaware we have Gather the Troops. The Templars have been silenced in Delaware and people are sounding the cry of the Patriots. Gather all those who wish to fight and form a regiment. I love how many people, how many animals you can pet in this game.
Mister, please, can you help? Praise be to God. I was reaping my yield and these lobsterbacks attacked me. I mean only to sell my produce in the borough. Please, they sent for reinforcements when I fought back. I only need to finish the harvest, and I cannot rebuff them alone. Thank you, stranger. This food will sell fast at a regular price. Those men have been seizing everything and driving up the cost.
It's not right.
It's not right. Alrighty, let's go up here as well. Never mind, it's despawned. Oh, in that case, let's get the last viewpoint. Was murder really the answer for his food price crisis? Seems excessive low. I mean, that's justice, isn't it? The same way we killed 10 people earlier to carry one sick guy to the doctor. It's just utilitarian. Hey, there's Striker Knight. Welcome in. Yeah, that's is our aura. Ah, cool. So now the last recruit mission started. Oh yeah, let's go over there. Check it out. Last assassin. Oh, let's synchronize sound though. That reminds me, we have another database entry for the other assassin, Domi. Jamie Colley is the son of a New York dock worker, James Colley. History doesn't record the name of his mother, though the assassin records note she worked on a plantation in the southern colonies. As a boy, Colley spent 3 years as a student at the Trinity School, where he was reported to be a bright student, reading everything he could get his hands on. His instructors noted that he was destined for great things. I know you're wondering, yes, your school's permanent record really is that permanent. However, after a brief period he disappears from the school's attendance rolls. My guess would be he left because he needed to start earning money. It seems Colley's prospects didn't much improve through his teenage years. I have records of him being fined for vagrancy several times, which is never the sign of a high flyer. After that, he worked doing odd jobs for various local businesses, finally ending up working for a local physician where his intelligence was recognized as an asset. He worked for several years as a doctor's assistant, where he met Connor. And we have a new event in Boston, apparently. The smallpox inoculation. Smallpox was one of the scourges of the 17th and 18th century. List of symptoms is thoroughly pleasant: large pustules all over your skin that are more or less guaranteed to scar, terrible fever, and vomiting. The disease is extant now aside from samples kept in laboratories, yet another reason to be glad we live in this modern age. Inoculation for smallpox in America began sometime in the early 1720s in Boston, when a preacher named Cotton Mather found out about the idea from one of his slaves. The method was simple, if rather disgusting. You find someone who has a mild case of the disease, then grind up parts of their sauce and put it under the skin of a person being inoculated, generally in the scratch between the thumb and forefinger. The second person would get a less severe form of the disease, and afterward will be immune for about 10 years. Statistically speaking, inoculation worked, but it wasn't without its drawbacks. Smallpox in any form was extremely dangerous, and people regularly died from being inoculated. Also, because inoculating people was essentially infecting them with the disease, there was also the chance that they could cause an outbreak, a case of a cure being worse than the disease. It wasn't until 1796 that a less dangerous form of vaccination was introduced. A British doctor, of course he was British, named Edward Jenner, discovered that being infected with cowpox, which was non-lethal, would give immunity to smallpox as well. Jenner had made this discovery by infecting a young boy with cowpox and then trying to infect him with smallpox. In the name of science, I'm sure the child would have been delighted to know. Given his methods, it's not surprising Jenner's findings were frowned upon by the medical establishment, and cowpox-based vaccinations didn't see wide use until sometime after 1800. Man, that's insane. You remember as a kid being so scared of smallpox despite it being basically eliminated law? You were so convinced you'd catch smallpox somehow. I mean, that's fair. Especially if you learn a lot about it also through, like, you know, history in the States. And how much of an issue it has been, I guess. Hoarding provisions.
While you were putting a stop to this madness, I was sniffing out who's responsible.
His tactics are familiar to me.
Is that right? Well, don't know who the man is, but he's not for Patriots nor British. He's got a fortified camp built around the main water supply in the area. All the seized crops, all the meat, everything is being moved there, then resold at dizzying prices.
How do we get in?
I got some local men ready to get in on the fight.
Alright, let's do this. Alright, so we can now use the lure ability, which is exclusive to Dobby. It's kinda cool, you also get money from luring people. That didn't do anything. I was gonna use this. Never mind now.
He was a madman?
Not mad. Beguiled by a set of dangerous but attractive ideals.
Is that right? And who exactly are you?
Someone who seeks to relieve men like him of their power.
And after seeing what you can do, I'll leave it at that. But if you ever need an extra blade, I'll stand by you.
An extra blade? That's a funny way of saying it. I mean, we always need extra blades. If I could have like a double hidden blade, like wrist blade, and another 2 foot blades, I would get them. Imagine like having 4 hidden blades. 2 on your hands, 2 on your foot. Be kinda funny. Right then. So yeah, that's all the assassins recruited. Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and send them on missions here. I wanna level up, especially really low level ones, rather quickly. Okay, so back in New Jersey. A voice for the cause. The New Jersey Journal, edited by Shepard Collock, has become a voice for the rebels. The Templars wish the publication silenced for its open discourse on the reality of some colonial leaders. Ensure Collock is able to continue producing his paper. Okay, you guys do that. And in Delaware we have Cooch's Bridge. William Maxwell is leading his troops astray outside Wilmington. Get there at once and ensure he suffers as few casualties as possible at the hands of a much stronger Hessian regiment. Or fuck it, we do it live. Indeed. Okay, so another thing we can start working on in New York is actually the underground. I haven't done anything there yet. So let's go ahead and do like a little bit of it. Not the entirety, but just like a few.
He'll be happy when we tell him we found this.
That he will. Just need to find out where.
Nice. It unlocks another fast travel point. Let's go back here. Hey Maxi, welcome in dude. Hope you're having a good day. How's it going? Ooh, this is destroyable, I think. Do we have like something to destroy this? No? I guess not. Yeah, it's going really good. Playing some AC3. Definitely enjoying it. We're just doing some underground action currently. Unlocking some fast travel points here. Ah, nice dude. That sounds good. Hope you're having something nice for lunch. Very nice. It's another fast travel point unlocked. A quick look in here if there's anything else of interest. But I don't think so. Just eating crumpets. Very nice, dude. That sounds delicious. Right, so that just doesn't lead to anything else. Let's go back here. Ah, never mind, that was a dead end here. Fair enough. In that case, let's go over there. Right, I still need like an explosive to get rid of this here. There isn't one nearby as far as I'm aware. Okay, I think that's alright for now. Let's go back here. Okay, so there's only a few side activities to catch up on during this stage of the game. I believe there should be another homestead mission in Boston. Let's have a look there. Indeed. It's kind of interesting the pacing we played AC3 on, because we kind of like started with AC3 and played mostly Rogue and Liberation, and yeah, now we're back.
Connor, good to see you.
Indeed, yeah, we're almost done. Only 10 more main stories or so left, and then we're going into Unity. But yeah, I'm really hyped for Unity though. I worked out kind of like a new timetable, like the order of events for Unity as well. So I will also try to kind of like play it in historical order in that game.
Been trying to avoid eye contact with my old neighbors. So far, so good. Not so worried now you're here.
How are you doing otherwise?
Oh, all right, I suppose. Things never really go as planned, but that's life.
Really? How do you mean?
You know, you make a plan and it all goes awry and nothing gets better, only slightly different.
Sounds like you have had a string of misfortune. It will pass.
What are you doing here?
Sweeping my steps, if it please you.
Since when are these your steps?
Since I bought them 3 weeks ago.
From who?
The owner, via his apprentice. Owner shipped off out of town. What's it to you?
I am the owner?
Not anymore, mate. Sorry. Better sort things out with your apprentice. He's often at the pub over there, but I'm sure you already knew that.
Patrick.
Patrick. It's always bloody Patrick.
Lance! Patrick! What gave you the right to sell my shop?
Well, you were run out of town. I thought you'd never come back, so I sold it all. The shop, the tools. It's rough luck. Anyway, it's been great chatting, but I must be off. Have a nice life.
What rot! Tools are a woodworker's lifeblood! He'd never sell them! I bet he's got them stashed somewhere!
Then we follow him.
Indeed. I like how he's like, have a nice life. But I could be on my way now.
Dampening your brow with a stylish felt hat from Pierce and Browning, gentlemen milliners since 1738. The Boston Gazette, your best source for news.
How did he sell it? What's the ownership papers did he produce? What a fraud is this? I mean, this guy is definitely a fraud. There's no shame. That's with all your stuff. Catch you later. Yeah. It's like nothing happened.
you have but one new and miraculous ointment to turn. Montgomery's Pure Poison Extract. The Boston Country Journal, your favorite penny. When the summer sun has beaten you into the shade with an elephantine thirst, reach for Tedman's goose.
Jesus, Lance.
Support the community. St. Mary's will be raising funds to repair storm damage.
I'll load these in the cart come nightfall and be in New York, free of this rubbish for good before the month is out.
Well, that's something at least. Thank you. I still can't believe he sold my shop. I'll see you back at the homestead.
Ah, nice. That unlocks the naval convoy recipe. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Alright, there's actually a Boston Brawler mission. Let's check out that.
I trust you'll hear.
Now!
Impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you. And Rod, thank you for choosing another outfit. Edward, aka Captain Pissoff's outfit, please. No worries, dude. Let's go ahead and equip that one as well. Let's go over here.
To business.
To business. An outfit won by Edward James Kenway, a privateer who became a pirate, and also a member of the West Indies and British Brotherhood of Assassins. Hell yeah. Let's also do some trading. We can buy some apples. I'm just gonna buy anything that's like available right now. Eden's apples? Yeah. Imagine. Just casually, you know, selling some apple of Edens. Alright, time to craft some stuff here. I want to get the naval convoys for sure. I need bear grease. Okay, how do I make bear grease? Okay, I can't craft these yet. Never mind. Well, let's craft what we can then. We need, or we can get the light cavalry saber. Yeah, sure. The quiver 1 upgrade, that's very nice. We can craft some barrels. Buttons. Disinfectant. More glass bottles. Lindsay Wuse. Some nails. Paper. Sewing threads. And weapon handles. Actually, I think we can actually buy more resources now again. Ah, never mind, we can't. Okay, let's get back here. Then we could make some cider. We can also make clothing. That's actually quite nice. Clothing sells well, especially during the naval trading. Especially fine clothing. You can also make deer marrow soup. Meat pies. Shepherd's pie. We can make cough syrup. Glass windows. Mounted elk antlers. I mean, yeah, why not? We can also make horseshoes. And I think that's almost it. Some fishing rods. Furniture. I mean, sure, let's make some furniture, I guess. Alright, let's have a look back to trading here. Okay. Can't buy anything there. Time to trade. Let's see how much we get for fine clothing here. Oh damn, look at this. Yeah, let's sell some of that. Alright, there we go. Edward Kenway's outfit. Very nice. Right. Let's go to a frontier. Have a look if there's any option dialogues or maybe, you know, homestead missions, anything like that. Okay, no homestead missions, but we have a brawler mission over here. And also this hunting society mission. Let's check it out. If only Haven would recognize the outfit, it would make for a fun dialogue. Yeah, imagine. It's like, how did he get this outfit? Then you should also ask the question, how did he get like Alexia's outfit or, I don't know, bikes? Yeah, true that, Rod. Man, it's still such a shame what happened to Haven, honestly. Freaking Reginald Birch. And I wish we had the option to play Haven when he killed Birch, to be honest. Would have been quite satisfying. Track down the deer. Okay, so there it is. It really would have been, you know, also considering like his importance on the London Templar ride. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity, but also understandable. They just want to focus more on Connor, I guess. There it is. Kidding me? Get the radius. I can see it is the right one. That's bullshit. Okay, let's just go to the Boston Brawler. But usually if the silhouette is like displayed like that, then that means you are in range for like killing them. But yeah, that didn't do anything. Hey Veroni, welcome in. Bulletproof deer? Yeah, no kidding. That's like the third time I tried to kill it and something always went wrong. If Rogue was about Haven's life instead of being about Shay and the story, that would have been a great event to have a player experience. Exactly, dude. Yeah, when I first heard about Rogue being about a Templar instead of an assassin, I immediately thought, you know, okay, yeah, I have to, you know, make like a Haven full story or something. But alas, that didn't happen. The Stinger.
Out the Rio. Ja, tata scherzo, Antonio e Jesus a the Rio.
You're right.
Ja, tata scherzo, Antonio e Jesus a the Rio.
It's so funny, he didn't even try to attack me. Was impressed with Connor's dancing moves, I think. Okay, so next broader mission is in Boston. But that's alright. We're currently just looking... Ah, no, maybe we could actually go over here. We still have to talk to Lafayette for the optional dialogue, so... let's don't miss out on that. I believe we can also send our assassins on missions here. Indeed. Okay, back in New Jersey. We can do tea parties are all the rage. A loyalist by the name of Dan Bowen is storing a great deal of British tea in his cellar. A group of colonists are looking to raise a banner for potential rebels in the colony. Yet another tea party might be just what they need. And in Delaware we have Capture John McKinley. John McKinley has allowed the capture of Wilmington with no resistance. Ride for Wilmington at once, take McKinley prisoner, and question him.
Ah, Connor. What do you think of my work thus far?
The men are bolstered, focused. It is good you have come.
You are too kind. Lord knows my journey was far from certain. The trials we suffered getting here were strange and many. I dressed as a woman, Connor, to evade British spies. Did you know that?
I did not. As a woman, you say?
It is the truth. King George had already stopped our crossing once in Bordeaux, threatening to seize my newly purchased ship, La Victoire, and arrest me. But I was born stubborn, and such a warning could not dissuade me. So we rode for Spain and bought passage aboard the ship there. George's spies had followed us every step of the way. Disguise was the only remaining option, mon Dieu.
No man can doubt your commitment, and you are invaluable to the cause. You did what you needed to do. I am certain I would have done the same.
But of course you would. I expect nothing less.
Marquis de Lafayette. Better known as Lafayette, and it's not surprising, his full name was Marie-Joseph Paul Yves Roche Hébert du Mortier, Marquis de Lafayette. Jesus. His business cards must have been 3 feet long. Lafayette was a French aristocrat and soldier who decided to join the Revolutionary War and became one of George Washington's most loyal supporters. I'm sure his friends just called him MJ. Lafayette came to the colonies in 1777, intent on joining the war effort. So intent in fact that he abandoned his post in the French army. When the French army found out his plans, the ship he intended to sail on was seized, and according to one story, Lafayette dressed in woman's clothing to better stow away on another ship heading for the New World. We've all done it. Lafayette had been promised a place in the army before he left France, but once he arrived, Congress became worried that he was just a glory seeker. To smooth things over, Lafayette offered to work for free, and the ever-thrifty Congress awarded him a commission as a Major General. That may seem a hefty rank for someone who wasn't quite 20 years old, but Lafayette was both rich and a French noble, and at the time Congress was hoping to secure more aid from the French government. It would have made me suspicious. There's no such things as a free French. Lafayette was placed as an aide-de-camp to George Washington, probably because that's a French word and it seemed to fit, and the two became good friends. Political connections aside, he was an excellent addition to the army. Lafayette was a natural leader. His first real fight was at the Battle of Brandywine, where he was wounded. Despite that, Lafayette organized and led an orderly retreat, which saved hundreds of lives. In 1779, Lafayette returned to France, where he negotiated far more troops to be sent to fight in the Revolution, exactly what Congress had hoped for when they hired him. After Lafayette returned to the colonies, he was placed in charge of the French troops, and was responsible for chasing General Cornwallis into Yorktown. There were other people there too. It wasn't just one man chasing another into town. That would have looked undignified. After the war, Lafayette returned to France, where he was a leader during the initial part of the French Revolution. Unfortunately for him, he advocated a constitutional monarchy, and had to flee when that wasn't enough to satisfy the general populace. He returned to the United States in 1825 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Revolution, and was greeted by adoring crowds. In 2002, Lafayette was declared an honorary citizen of the United States, one of 7 people to ever receive a tribute. Arrogantly, Lafayette didn't even bother turning up to the ceremony. That's the French for you. Yeah, I mean, like, how could you not attend that? Like, seriously. It's just so arrogant. And ignorant. That's Sim Ronnie. Yeah, quite the famous personality from this time. Connor so serious, it's so funny sometimes. You know why he's serious, but yeah. Yeah, it's definitely funny at times as well. He's a great character in Hamilton, along with Charles Lee. And we have Deborah Dobby Carter. Deborah Carter was a career in New York City at the time of the Revolution. She's the daughter of a merchant, Amos Carter, who was locally known for owning and bankrupting numerous businesses and racking up significant debts. Deborah was turned onto the streets at the age of 10 and took up work as an errand runner, disguising herself as a boy to do it, hence the nickname Dobby. Many of the tradesmen she worked for knew who she really was, but pretended to be fooled by the disguise. Possibly at first because they understood that her other options were limited, but later because she was quick, reliable, and intelligent. As a teenager, Dobby had to drop her disguise, but she kept her nickname. She continued her career carrying messages and began negotiating contracts between businesses. She became something of a community icon, making sure the poor in the neighborhood had food and clothing, and fighting against merchants who were charging exorbitant prices for staple items. A bit like Robin Hood, though when Dobby wore tights, no one giggled. And it was as a community icon that she met Connor. Incidentally, I'm not being completely figurative when I say she was fighting merchants. She wasn't averse to throwing a punch or two when it was necessary, particularly in her own defense, or the defense of others in her neighborhood. Like when she got freed, when she got the sock. Yeah, that was a true liberation mission to get her to join the assassins, right? We had to give her a sock at the end. Alright, let's head back to the homestead. I believe there's a few missions we can do here. We can bring back the items for Lance, but also Big Dave. and Ellen. I wish you could track her activity, but you can't once, you know, there's like a homestead mission available. That's right.
I found your bolts.
Wonderful! I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Your husband was there, speaking ill of you. He ran off when he saw me.
Oh my. That dirty, rotten bastard of a man would do something like that. At least you were able to come away with the only thing of value that remained there. Thank you, Connor.
Nice. Ellen can now craft level 2 clothing and capacity upgrades. Hey, love. This way thought this was AC4, but then you saw the UI design. Yeah, that's understandable with Edward's outfit here. Yeah, it looks so good in the remaster version.
Connor!
I have the tools you requested.
Ah, excellent. I'll get right to work. Norris has been hanging around pestering me about his knife.
I thought you should know I overheard some regulars talking. They are looking for you.
I imagine they are. I'll have to face them sometime or another.
Nice. Also got Big Dave to level 2 here. And look at this smithy. Looks great. Alright, then we also have an optional dialogue over here. Let's check that out. You were so excited to unlock her shop, you thought you could craft armor and cosmetics from her, but you got disappointed when you came to know it was only for trade. Yeah, you can't get cosmetics, I guess, like outfits, but the good thing is you can get like capacity upgrades, right? Like, you can get a bigger quiver, or like another pistol holster, bigger pouches and stuff. But yeah, the outfits are kind of like separate. I think we already got, yeah, this entry is complete. Let's have a look to the woodworker here. Okay, cool, that's the second activity for Lance. Very nice. Okay, that's a new activity. Big Dave is such a good character, he's just so casual. Yeah, Big Dave is one of my favorite homesteaders. I also love his voice actor. And I like his backstory, you know, kind of like being that he leaves the army behind. And wants to focus on, you know, kind of like a more quiet, peaceful life.
Smoke, Connor?
No, thank you.
We were just recalling the eventful day of little Hunter's birth.
I am not sure I have ever been so anxious.
Ha!
I barely remember a thing up until the moment I heard him cry. Then it all slows down, and I recall every little detail. From Hunter's wailing face, to Prudence's teary eyes filled with pure love, to the smell of the mud and the leaves. I've never been as happy as I was in that instant.
Things in this house sound right.
And I'm so happy for these two. You know, finally getting a shot after having tried for so long.
You little... No, you don't! No, sir! By God,
Lol.
I'll get you! Nope.
That's so funny. Apparently this is no activity we can track. I've already completed the entry.
Connor,
Yeah.
I bid you good afternoon.
We already finished the entry of the farmers. We can have a look at the pastor though. It really was rot, you know. But they really showcase how the what is he doing? Is he like stealing from a neighbor?
You might try it.
Okay, it's like his hobby, tending to his garden, I guess. Never mind. But that really showcases how the circumstances are very, you know, dependent on that as well. Like, they never felt safe before they got to the homestead. Which I guess was part of the reasons why it never worked.
Damn, man, look at that, look!
Indeed. Okay, let's go up here. I guess it's time to see how Norris gives the knife as a present. He's gardening, leave him be. It kind of looked like he was stealing from a neighbor or something, but yeah, that wouldn't be very pestily, I guess.
You will like it. Connor?
Connor? Fool me once.
Horace, what are you doing out here?
I want to give Miriam a knife. Maybe you come with me?
Of course. What is keeping you?
I am nervous.
I am certain she will love the blade you made for her.
What am I doing? Giving a woman a knife as a gift? It's so stupid.
This is something she will appreciate and use.
Ugh. I made the stupid thing. I might as well give it to her.
Indeed. Outfit music. Hiding a body in the ground, who knows? I mean, that also wouldn't be very pestily, but yeah, who knows?
Hello, Miriam.
Hello, Norris. Hello, Connor. I'd love to stay and chat, but I promised Ellen a bale of furs this week, and I'm not even close to making good. I need to get out into the bush right away.
2 hunters are better than 1. I can help if you like.
Would you? I'd be much obliged.
I bring something for you. Maybe it will help?
I really must get moving. I will thank you properly when I get back. Until then... meet me at my northernmost hunting blind after you take your first skin.
I love that she really appreciates the gift, you know, and the thought that he spent into it, or put into it. Definitely have a sweet relationship. Horace and Miriam. What the fuck? I couldn't do anything. I didn't get the pop-up. It seems like my assassins also have been successful. Let's go ahead and see a video for both New Jersey and Delaware. Galloping Hill Road. Washington has all but forgotten of a war in New Jersey with the opportunities that have arisen in the South. But the British are marching on Springfield and must not be allowed to gain a foothold in the North again. Nathaniel Greene has lost many battles and needs counsel to win the action. Okay, you guys can do that. In Delaware we have support Caesar Rodney. Caesar Rodney is fighting a valiant fight for control of the Delaware River, but is simply outmatched by the Royal Navy. Take the Aquila and lend him support in a charge. Templar agents must not hold sway of the Delaware. Connor just playing matchmaker, why not caring about romance for himself at all? I guess this is what people enjoy. yeah, I guess he thinks he doesn't really have time for it. I think there's like one dialogue he's having at some point. Not sure with whom, but I think there's like one dialogue about either having a wife eventually or like starting a family. And I think he's saying something along the lines of that he doesn't have, you know, the time to think about that, and it's not like, you know, in a stage of life where he can, you know, afford kind of that. But it's kind of cool that later on, you know, he does have a family, like after the game. His daughter even has the same ego vision that Bayek has. Or I guess also Cassandra. But yeah. Like myself, I don't really mind that there's like no romance option for Connor in this game. Because it means it's focusing a bit more on the struggles he's dealing with. But that's true, there's a time when Lance and Dr. White are talking about finding love with Connor and ask him about it, and then Dobby Carter talks to Connor about it too. That's true, yeah. Thank you for elaborating that again. And reminding me which Connor actually, or who Connor actually talked to. But there you go, there's two dialogues about the topic, I guess. But Connor's kind of like explaining himself a little.
Need some backup.
Okay, let's get the rope blood here.
Connor, you out there? Could use a little help here. Connor!
Bloody hell. Not him.
The time for forgiveness has
Can I
passed.
please go forward? I was just like stuck there, I couldn't move.
I'll never come back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will come back again. I swear it. Please don't kill me. I'll never come back.
Can't use my rope dart.
Please, mister.
If I hadn't had this blade, that lickspittle might have gutted me.
A timely gift from Norris, it would seem.
Indeed. I must make sure to thank him properly.
The way she holds that knife there. Kinda funny. Oh yeah, Marina has become level 3. Yeah, he's dead. He ain't coming back. Very, very nice. Alright, let's go down here. I wonder if this is now actually the wedding quest already. Might be. It's kind of interesting how with the legacy outfits, Connor actually doesn't put down his hood. Because with his regular outfits he does every time he's in the homestead, right? Because he has no reason to kind of like disguise himself or conceal his identity. But every time you go to the homestead he like puts down his hood. Doesn't happen with Edward's outfit though.
Connor! Connor!
The finest straw.
Connor! Ellen's dullard of a man is trying to break down her door with his mates. We're on our way to stop it.
You come near her, I'll tear you apart. Hey!
You assholes.
Come out here, you lying trollop! I'll break this door down!
She's not your daughter anymore, you lummox!
Come out here and get what is coming to you.
You'll regret this!
Come out here and get what is coming to you.
You'll regret this!
I love a takedown.
Ellen and Maria are free of you. I say so. The people behind me say so. Believe me when I tell you, if I ever see you on this land again, I will end you.
You can have them.
I love how he just throws him away.
Thank you. All of you. Nobody has ever stood up for us before.
We protect our own, Ellen.
This is my home now. I'll find a way to show my gratitude to you all. I promise.
Man, I really love the missions where everybody's coming together. You know, really showcasing kind of like the community aspect and how they're helping each other whenever they can. I like to call it the wholesome stat.
Never been so booked up.
Oh, cool. That's second activity for the tailor.
Yeah!
Okay, I somehow got the first activity for the blacksmith. Okay, it was this one already. Fair enough. Alright, let's go over here. We could also check out the economy, because I reckon we have quite a few more things we can craft now. Let's get some apples, some beeswax, cowhide, flax, fresh water, honey, pork, poultry meat, vegetables, and wool. Also get all the wood here. Some maple, oak, some pine, spruce, and walnut. We also have some new herbs we can get. We have medar. We can also now get bear pelts. Hell yeah. Beaver pelts. Deer pelts as well. Hare meat. And wolf pelts. Also get all the ore. So much stuff we can buy here. Okay. Time to do some crafting. We can craft the French Colt pistol. We can also get the twin holsters, giving us another pistol we can use. Very nice. The iron dagger. The iron tomahawk. We can also make some barrels. Belt buckets. We can make buttons. Yeah, we're just gonna craft whatever's available, basically. Let's make some more cider. Oh nice, you can also make fine clothing. Very nice. Some fine hats. I mean, yeah, nice hat. You can also make regular hats. We can make more shepherd's pie. And we can make Devi's elixir. Sure thing. We can make bear rugs. Ooh, I think those actually sell quite well. Blankets. Playing cards. Somebody say Gwent. And I think that's almost it. We can make more furniture. Okay. Time to trade. Let's go ahead and sell some bear rugs actually. See how much we get for this. Not that much actually, but it's alright. Let's sell to this guy. And let's also sell some clothing as well. Gwent. Yeah man, I'm gonna miss Gwent, I have to say. Now that I finished with my Witcher 3 playthrough. But it was great that, you know, there was like a big focus on it. The Blood and Wine DLC. Okay, let's sell some cider as well. He doesn't give us too much. How about spirits? I mean, that's better. Let's sell to this guy. And then we can also sell some, let's see, maybe some fine hats. Yeah, that's not too bad. You're going to leave the Grand Tournament in Blood and Wine until you get closer to the end of the DLC, just so you can save a final time for the playthrough. You'll be playing Gwent. It's definitely fair, dude. You know, to kind of like have still that to look forward to. Definitely a good idea. And thank you so much, dude. Yeah. I went online last night for another 2 hours or so to finish the last remaining main story missions. But yeah, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed it again. Yeah, I felt like the deathmatch difficulty was definitely like challenging, especially in the start of the game, because you had to work for like all your items and your equipment first before you really had a good chance and like getting a better boat and more potions and stuff. But yeah, once you kind of like got to the mid game of like the main story, you kind of outlevel the quest by so much that deathmatch really isn't too much of a biggie or issue anymore. However, that changes drastically with the DLC, because the DLC kind of like scales roughly to your level once you start it, right? Instead of like being very low level, so it's still like it's a challenge, I guess. So with the DLC suddenly being on my level, and the DLC, especially Hearts of Stone, having like more boss fights and like harder, that actually bumped up the difficulty quite a bit. So yeah, for the DLC it was definitely much more difficult. Especially in some boss fights, you know, where they can just deal one attack and like one-shot it essentially. But yeah, Quen was a lifesaver for sure. But yeah, it was really fun. I enjoyed the additional challenge with it, so I can definitely recommend it. But yeah, you have to really work on like alchemy and getting as best equipment as possible, otherwise, you know, it's gonna be tricky. Yeah, some of the fights were definitely insane. Got a lot of getting one-shotted in games. That's great you had the experience with it on the difficulty. Plus, having played it before, you had a great idea of what you needed to get and when as well. Exactly, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't have done that on my first time playing at all. I would just be overwhelmed, I think, if I would have done that. But yeah, knowing the mechanics and, you know, the gameplay already and what kind of builds are viable and good really helped, you know, have a chance. The wedding.
My friend!
Norris, what are you doing?
She said yes!
Mirian?
We are getting married!
I told you not to touch him, Norris.
Is it true?
Yes!
So now that you've been told, might I have a word? We have much work to do.
Of course, what would you have me do?
Accompany me to the inn. I have business there. Norris is a stickler when it comes to tradition. Miriam knows not where her father is, and they were hopeful that you might act his part at the ceremony.
I am not familiar with colonial wedding customs.
It means you will walk with her during the ceremony, and give her to Norris as her father would.
I would be honored.
Wonderful! On to other business. Our weddings are complex beasts and require many hands working together to execute. We'll need Warren and Prudence to provide food, Ellen to make them appropriate clothes, Big Dave to smith wedding bands, me to conduct the service, and Oliver and Corinne to host a banquet.
That is a lot.
We'll start here.
A few days later. The wedding already? You barely know each other. Yeah, Norris gave her the, you know, dagger, like the knife. And, yeah, you know, that's it. Immediately fell for each other. Okay, one sec. I think for this mission and for the cutscene, I would actually like to temporarily change the outfit real quick. Because I would like to have Connor without the hood. So it's a bit more fitting for this one cutscene, but I'm gonna switch back to the Edward outfit directly afterwards. Let's go for his regular outfit real quick.
Connor.
Everything seems to be in order for the big day.
It is. Except, I can't find Miriam.
I'm certain she's making sure all is perfect. I will find her, my friend.
Oh, nice. Scare mode of your killer. We've got this by completing all of Kit's treasure missions. Very nice. But quite a few things already. I love how she does street parkour now in the wedding dress. It's so funny.
Don't think she wants to marry you, mate.
I don't think so.
Why do you run?
Leave me be. I'm no housewife.
Nobody thinks you are one.
Jesus Christ. Connor. Music gives me AC Revelations vibes right now. The Ezio and Sophia moments are very, very similar. I think it might even be the same melody, to be honest. From the romance theme of Revelations. It sounds super similar.
You may kiss your bride.
Oh yeah, that's how weddings work, right? It's like, you may kiss your bride. And we're done. Oh man, I'm so happy for the two. Look how happy they are. Alright, let's talk to everybody.
Hello, Connor. Enjoying yourself?
I am. It is nice to see everyone together and happy.
Look at those two kids. It's a lovely sight. Norris is one of my best friends, and he couldn't have found a better woman. Proud of him.
Sometimes people are just right for one another. Norris and Miriam are a match made in heaven.
Or a match made by Connor. Isn't that right?
I only helped Norris muster his courage. The rest came naturally.
Norris fell in love with Maria when he saw her shoot a cougar. You don't think he expects a housewife? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the reason why, you know, he liked her so much, because she was unlike any woman he met before. Love a short and sweet wedding, that's the way. I mean, for people attending, it's definitely nice.
And my little brother Joseph tossed him in the river!
Connor, we were just recalling our weddings.
Spirited events, I take it.
Spirited? More like brawls than unions they were.
Calling Joe Little is like calling me Big Terry. Boy's a bloody mountain.
My younger brother had a blow-up with one of Terry's cousins. A minor disagreement about some lass's dance card. I'll just say Terry's cousins sobered up right quick when it was over.
Poor boy. Sitting there sopping wet on a stump while Joseph spun around with the object of his affection.
It was good for him. Thought good things don't come easy.
Excuse me, everyone. Thank you. I won't keep you long. I would like to present something to Connor and you all. I once said I'd find a way to show my gratitude for your courageous actions in my defense. And this is what I give you today. This flag is a symbol of our strength and unity. And I would hope you'd all be proud to fly it high above your homes and shops. I'll happily make one for each and every one of you, if you so desire. But this one is for you, Connor.
And look how proud Achilles was in the background.
Thank you.
And there we go. We have our own flag now. Yeah, what a great moment, you know. Like Ellen kind of like, you know, making that gesture towards Connor, but also, you know, the whole homestead. I just love all of these scenes, you know, where they all come together. So good. Connor's biological father might behave him, but Achilles is more of a father to Connor by a long shot. He really is, dude. It's also really weird, you know, kind of like seeing the homestead now again, and, you know, how Achilles... I mean, Achilles really, like, you know, also influenced how the homestead, of course, turned out to be, and who set it there as well. And then seeing, like, how the homestead was during Rogue's time, you know, like, completely indoctrinated, and just, like, having an army surrounded it, you know, it doesn't really fit with what Achilles says in this game the homestead once was as well. They could have done a much better job, you know, showcasing that. And then the other thing is also the time and date doesn't align at all. Like in AC3 they give us a year. It is like 3 years after what has happened at the end of Rogue. It's actually like kind of like a purge happening at the homestead, and the homestead being attacked. Yet we never see it in Rogue, and it supposedly happens way earlier in Rogue. There's so many things where, you know, Rogue just doesn't fit in with AC3 whatsoever. Haven wasn't around for any part of Connor's life at all. Yeah. Except for Sequence 9, I guess, where he tried to manipulate him into liking the Templars all of a sudden. Or working together with him. But yeah. Anyways, guys, so we still have more homestead missions. However, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break now. And I do believe we also still have some behind the scenes videos that I still haven't watched regarding AC3, so I would probably like to catch up on that. If there still is one, I'm gonna check again. And yeah, after the behind the scenes, we're gonna be checking out the homestead missions. The last remaining ones, and then we can do some more main story, I guess, with Sequence 9. Finish off that. But it's not like AC3 story wasn't available for study to the writers of Rogue. Exactly. I mean, they had 2 years, right, to work and make connections to AC3 that actually did work well. So yeah, more than enough time. Cheers, Rod. I definitely will. And yeah, I will catch you guys in just a few. I'm gonna leave you with some AC3 soundtrack, of course, as always. So yeah, let's play some Homestead music here. And yeah, I shall be back in like 10 or so. Before I go into my break though, I wanna give a couple shoutouts actually. So we have Rod. Rod is also a huge fan of Assassin's Creed. He's actually playing the games over weekends at the time. Currently he's doing a playthrough of AC Origins, kind of like doing a casual playthrough, but he's also starting his annual series runs quite soon. So yeah, you can also catch him play through the entire series. He's also currently playing for Witcher 3 with the Blood and Wine DLC, and he's also doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, doing a 100% checklist playthrough too. So yeah, if you enjoy those kind of games, then definitely check out his channel. We also have Ronnie. He's also currently playing through Red Dead Redemption 2. He's kind of like doing a headception playthrough, where he's trying to get as many heads as possible collected in the game. Also, if you want to check out another streamer who's also into AC games, then check out Zemexi. He's currently doing a serious playthrough too, with the second Assassin's Creed game, but he's also trying to play the other games in the series as well. And Morla's also playing for the games at the moment. He's also playing for AC2, first time ever playing through the entire game, I believe. And he's also trying to play for the rest of the Desmond Saga. So still going through Brotherhood, Revelations, and AC3. Every Monday you can catch him for the Morla Murder Monday. He's also keeping track of his kills, and I think he's well beyond 700 at this point in AC2 alone. So yeah, definitely check out those kill streaks. Cheers, Aura. That's a verse Rotomola. More than happy to give you guys some shoutouts. And yeah, I will catch you all in just a few. Alright, we are back. Thank you for staying tuned. And yeah, welcome back to more of AC3. We are actually taking a further break from
13 months, damn, that's like more than a year. Crook one pause and
hey there, I'm in the best suit. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the 13 months of resubbing. That's my lucky number right there. Thank you so much, dude. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day so far. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back, Aura. Welcome back, guys. So, yeah, we're not gonna jump back into the game just yet. There's actually still some behind-the-scenes parts. Actually a series by IGN, where they have like 4 different parts going into the origins. What are how the other parts called? Refining the Assassin, Into the Wild, and the Revolution. So kind of like focusing on different parts of the game. And yeah, we hadn't seen this one yet. We watched the concept video and beta, and then also the series by Ubisoft themselves. But yeah, this one's created by IGN. So let's have a look how it might differ and what other stuff we might be learning about this game and how it got created. It's probably going to be like about 20-25 minutes or so, I think, of footage. I'm going to mute myself during the viewing, so not interrupt with anything they might be saying. But yeah, I'm going to be in chat though. So yeah, hope you enjoy this video or these videos, and let's have a go. Hold on. Gotta unmute this tab first.
One of our goals with Assassin's Creed 3 was to sort of rebuild the franchise from its core. Even though Assassin's Creed is published every year, it's not developed year by year.
Assassin's Creed 3 started in January 2010, where basically a bunch of people coming out of AC2, like AC2 just shipped in November, so they decided to try to explore different ideas, different period as well.
Right when we started, we knew this game had to be a fresh new entry in the franchise and be ambitious and kind of reinvent everything.
We knew this had to be the same kind of jump from, you know, AC1 to AC2. For AC2 to AC3. We know the core of Assassin's Creed. It's the combat, the free-running, social stealth. By keeping an eye on those 3 things, those 3 pillars of our gameplay, we could bring the gameplay down to a very sort of basic level and then build it back up again with a lot of new stuff, a lot of new ingredients for the player, different ways of playing.
The way we organized the ramp up of AC3 is to have most of the core team from AC2 to jump in AC3. And at that time, it was just the start of AC Brotherhood.
And at that stage, there was about 11 or 12 of us, and for the first sort of 6 months, it was probably under 30 people. And we were just talking basically about where it should be set, you know, what time period would work, who our heroes should be. The first 2 things we decided that we thought would work, one was the idea of the American Revolution, and the second was the idea of a Native American hero. So what we tried to do was build it almost like a pyramid, an inverse pyramid, where you start with these big core decisions, and really you have to stick with them and then work it out from there.
The American Revolution, a lot of the ideas and themes behind it dovetail really nicely with the themes behind the Templar-Assassin conflict. We've had this, you know, millennia-old struggle of free will, you know, versus oppression. The idea that the Templars want to impose their version of the world upon people and sort of control them in that manner. And I think you can draw a parallel in that a lot of patriots may have felt that this is what the Loyalists were trying to do, that they wanted to take the British system and impose it upon these colonies in the Americas. And a lot of people started to resist that idea, this idea of like people that are far away who think they know better are trying to tell me what to do and how to live my life.
I like the fact that when we announced the setting, that it was going to be the American Revolution, that people were surprised and were asking how could this work, how would it function, because that meant we had somewhere fresh. And that was really our first goal, was to make sure that it was an unexpected place to set a game, that it was somewhere a game hadn't been set before, and somewhere where we could hopefully do some new stuff. When you have a very small team, before you have a lot of engineers or you have a lot of content creators, you still want to draw a picture for people, something better than a document. So we build a video, a little movie. It's a couple of minutes long. And it tries to be as real as possible. No assets that you couldn't use in the real game. The camera's in the same position that we want the camera to be in the final game. Any weapons you use are ideas we have for gameplay, you know, as systemic and believable as possible.
The target gameplay footage is really critical for just setting, this is what we're aiming for. It gives us basically a living, visible prototype. These are the people I'm gonna see, the kinds of enemies I'll meet, the experience that I want to have for the player. We take that video and we can basically just break that down into a series of different features, right? The things that I'm going to need to be able to give to the coders and the animators and the world team, the sound guys, and say, okay, you know, to execute this, here's the list of things, the features that I need to be able to create this game.
Like any project, we start with ideas, and then the first thing we want to do is prototype key ideas or the most risky ideas.
We need to have risk to be lowered right from the start. Like the tree navigation, like we need to know early on that it works. The naval battle, we need to know early on that it works.
On the engine side and on the gameplay side, we have very little at this point. We'll have essentially these test environments where you have, for us it's just like an orange ground texture that has a black grid on it that tells you how far apart things are. And then inside of that, we'll test absolutely everything and do quick prototypes to try out some ideas, see what works, see what doesn't work, decide whether a feature is good enough to use and good enough to build and is going to be fun before we commit to the full-on development of it. So with that came a lot of new engine technologies, and to the extent that we consider it essentially a completely new engine.
We decided to build a new engine for Assassin's Creed 3 based purely on gameplay. So obviously the hardware hasn't changed. We didn't suddenly find, you know, 80 mega RAM that was hidden away in the 360 or the PS3, but we're able to say, if we were going to build an engine that enabled us to create new content, what would happen?
So Anvil Next is the next major iteration of the Assassin's Creed engine. The Frontier is the #1 motivation to do Anvil Next in the beginning. So the first thing we tried was, can we make a forest that looks good but still works with a decent frame rate and is still readable from a gameplay point of view. We also prototype stuff like the Deep Snow came with deformable tracks. In previous games we had water, but it was always like a straight delimitation between water and ground. Now it's progressive beaches, so what do we do with fighting in that thing with knee-deep snow, knee-deep water, animals mixed with that? So it all came from the first prototypes. So another big challenge that came pretty quickly was the number of NPCs on screen, both for battlefields and from cities like New York. We thought we can cheat and block people's line of sight so they don't see as far. But in the end, because of the battlefields, we also had another reason to develop a new tech that now enables us to render over 2,000 NPCs at once. And we use the same tech to solve both problems. We didn't find all the answers back then, but we found a lot of questions that we had to answer. It took maybe a year and a half to finally say, yeah, I think we have a recipe, we have a good idea, we think we're gonna make it.
Coming up with how Connor looked, I think, was one of the hardest things we had to do in the game.
Connor is our main hero. He's half Native American, half British. He was raised by the Mohawk tribes.
He's a lot stronger than the previous assassins. This assassin like bludgeons and he beats up and he breaks arms and legs. You'll see the pain on the enemy's faces when he's taking them out.
We wanted a character who was noble, who was out to fight against injustice wherever he saw it.
Connor is our latest protagonist in the Assassin's Creed franchise, at least in the past portion of the game. He is of mixed ethnicity. He has a mother that is of Ghanaian Gehaga origin and a father that is of European descent.
Connor is really someone who's different to Altair, who was driven by duty. It was his job to be an assassin. He's different from Ezio, who was driven by revenge. We wanted a character who was noble, who was out to fight against injustice wherever he saw it, instead of just personal revenge or just because it was a task he had to pursue.
Connor's got this very strong ideology, and he believes, much as the assassins do, is that all people should be free to sort of forge their own path through life. He is opposed to those that oppress, that terrorize, that would seek to impose their view of the world on others. And so that could be anything from, colonials to potentially other people that he lives with. He is at least initially intrigued by the message of the American Revolution, although he certainly never declares himself a patriot or joins the Patriot Army or anything like that. He just happens to see people that are fighting for what he believes to be the same core values that he holds.
We wanted it to be muddy. We wanted him to be often confused about whether what he was doing was the right thing. We wanted the world to get in the way, but really for events not to play out the way he expected.
He sees the world as being very black and white. There is a clearly defined good and evil out there, or so he at least initially believes. And so this is sort of the guy that you take control of and come into his life at a fairly early age and then follow him for several decades as he grows and matures and learns the meaning of things like compromise and balance and shades of gray.
Connor was raised by the Mohawk Nation. We really felt that we want to honor that nation. And for that, we want to have someone that came from Native origins as an actor. The performance for Connor needed to be calm, but at the same time, you had to feel that he could get really angry for things that he felt were just, and it had to be just in his voice.
Simple seems a bit charitable.
Cheer up, Connor. For tonight, we are all victors.
Coming up with how Connor looked, I think, was one of the hardest things we had to do in the game. We knew we wanted him to be Native American, but what does that mean? We have an 18th century, setting, we have Native American as an idea, and we have this sort of very iconic assassin's costume. And we felt that if we went completely period, we would lose this unique quality that the assassin has. We can put an assassin on a poster and many gamers can immediately identify him, even if it's a different flavor. But at the same time, we didn't want him to just stick out like a sore thumb. So the way we approached it in the end was this idea that being an assassin is almost a job. You go to that job and you wear the uniform of that job, and that's the assassin's hood. That said, he would then customize it. He would go back and touch it up and bring his own personality to it.
Trying to make a new assassin, it's an abstract challenge. You've got to try and make it the same character, but Connor's different from Ezio and Altair, so we tried to get in a bit of his personality, and that was the big challenge there, was trying to make it the same but different. When we started working on him, it was like the previous assassins, where they were kind of smaller guys in lots of armor, and the more we worked with Connor, we wanted to make him heavier and stronger. We found that we kept working with the silhouette to make him good from all angles. If you don't have a good silhouette on a character, then the animation just will never look good. And we kept stripping things away and found out that he became bulkier and bulkier, so he's a lot stronger than the previous assassins, and that really informed a lot of the way he jumps. So he uses a lot of effort. He's no longer just gracefully sailing through the sky like a swan.
A lot of the improvements are in the animation section. There's rarely an animation playing on Connor that is not procedurally deformed with foot placement or inverse kinematic, and lots of techniques that we use to make it more realistic, more grounded in the environment.
Because we were using a lot of procedural stuff on top of the animation, we have a layer of physics on top of the assassin all the time. We went to mocap, and we would actually capture an actor running around, shifting his weight, changing his balance, putting his feet different places, and then we just take that and be able to use it as reference and then animate it and try and recreate it with programs.
We want to have animations that are responsive, so that if you press a button, you want to have it happen really fast. You don't want to have to wait for the nice motion of the guy coming in and swinging. Our animators, they go in, they decide, okay, this is going to be our enter frame, and they decide at which points they can exit, at which point they can use a counter. So we really break down our animations into multiple small animations that can then be adjusted for gameplay with our programmers.
We wanted the combat in AC3 to be more brutal than it was before. We wanted it to be rougher. I think anytime you have a war setting, it is by definition a little more brutal. And we also felt that the setting itself was a little dirtier. You know what I mean? Like, lots of the story of the American Revolution is the story of people versus the elements, or people versus armies, or people versus hunger. And we wanted that to come through even in the fighting style.
Whereas Previous assassins, just they'd stab. This assassin bludgeons and he beats up and he breaks arms and legs. Because he's stronger, he can lift characters up, so we put in a lot of wrestling moves in there as well. We basically threw out the old fight system, started again from scratch, so a lot of the controls have changed, and we managed to keep it really fluid though. You can counter at any stage, and we cover all different distances.
For us, we wanted to create more strategy, more options, more ways of challenging the player. So we settled on this scheme where instead of using the right trigger to counter, you would tap B. It would start a counter, but you would have to choose on the face buttons how to finish that counter. So you can hit B again and you'll just throw the guy. You can hit A and you'll stun him, disarm him, hit X and you'll kill him, hit Y and you'll use your tool. So with that, we can create enemies that'll resist any of those moves. We can challenge you to basically take a different approach on each enemy archetype that you come against.
Connor himself is a dual-wielding specialist. He's always using two weapons at the same time. It allows for a beautiful animation. It also allows for more fluidity in the player response.
We found that it was really nice to always have the knife. You can always have the knife and a sword, or a knife and a tomahawk, and a knife and the other hidden blade. It made us able to do a lot more fast moves, directional things. One thing that was cool though is facial expressions, and that really adds a lot. We bring in the camera close and you'll see Connor's effort, and you'll see the pain on the enemy's faces when he's taking them out.
With the combo killing, we looked at it and we basically just said, hey, we want this to be really generous, but only if you have the right strategy for attacking people. You can chain your kills in between people, and you kill one person, move to the next, and move to the next. But the enemies, we wanted them to be able to interrupt you in the middle of that. We want them to be able to defend themselves from that. We want the player to have to choose the correct approach against a different enemy archetype to defeat them. So we're bringing the same sort of model of choose the correct face button to continue your kill streak.
Hopefully, in the end, we've delivered a really well-rounded, believable character who, you have mixed feelings about throughout the game. At the end, you love him, but I'm also hoping that for once in a game, you have moments where you understand his conflict with other characters.
That decision to do the Frontier affected absolutely everything. It's almost a 2K by 2K world.
We spent a long time looking at rock climbing and different handholds that you have to use.
We really wanted to show off and do a lot with the animals, not just about navigation and reactions.
To execute the tree running was one of our biggest challenges. That effort alone took so many people so much time to get right.
We didn't want it to look like Tarzan. We wanted the forest to look real.
When we were looking at the American Revolution, we wanted to make sure that players were going to experience the full scope of life in this era. And obviously this is a new frontier for people. This is where humanity is extending out into this vast unknown world, unknown to Europeans. And we wanted to be able to translate that experience and give that to you when you were playing it. We could have taken the choice of just being restricted to the cities, but I think we would have been missing out on a huge amount of what it means to live in this era, in this location.
Games are often built on straight lines and rules, and nature has very few straight lines and not many, rules on the level of sort of visual shapes and sizes. There's no boxes, there's no perfectly flat surfaces often.
With a city, you can almost consider unfolding it, right? And it becomes a flat terrain, right? It's a much less complicated problem than a forest where you have a fully 3D environment, where you have terrain everywhere and then things going up, branches, beams coming out of them, and a lot of choice about where you can go at any given time.
The world team itself is built up of level artists and level designers. Their goal is to make a beautiful and believable and functional play space, to take the concept of the frontier and to rebuild that and include all the kind of features that you'd expect, streams and cliffs and forests, and then leave enough room for the gameplay. And then when the mission designer comes through after that and builds their mission on top of that, then there's a negotiation process. So they will roughly position it and then go back to the world team and say, hey, you know what would make this mission even better if I could get, you know, a bunch of wolves here, or if this slope was steeper, or if there was a dense forest I had to move through as part of this mission. And it goes back and forth several times to try and really tighten that mission and deliver the best possible experience.
Creating the Frontier map, which is by far the biggest map we've ever created. It's a completely different style of terrain. We were forced to really reevaluate how we do everything about our navigation systems, our stealth systems, and even the combat was drastically affected by this. When you have the kind of fight system we have where we expect to see connection between your weapons, you know, when I block, I want it to actually connect. Doing that on an undulating terrain was an enormous technical challenge for us.
When we added on top the seasons, winter was another challenge, or the change between summer and winter would had to disappear during winter or appear during winter, like the tall grass, for example. So you remove the grass, add the snow. Snow had to be deformable, and we wanted the tracks that people make and animals make in the snow to be remembered. Even if you go a bit further and you come back, the tracks will still be there, so that was a challenge.
When we realized that we wanted to have an assassin who was as capable in the wilderness as previous assassins had been in cities, we realized it was a huge challenge. You know, we didn't want it to look like Tarzan, and we didn't want it to look like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, for example. We wanted it to be believable and tactile, and we wanted the forest to look real.
The number of trees and branches to display, any developer could tell you that the leaves and transparency is always costly on the GPU, so a forest obviously was a big problem, so we had to adapt the whole rendering engine to be able to display a forest.
To execute the tree running was one of our biggest challenges. Usually when you see a forest in a video game, it's just an obstacle. There are things that are in your way and they're going to stop you moving through, and that's it. For us, it's a playground. You know, just take a few steps here, you'll be jumping up into this thing, and then you'll be just experiencing a whole new navigation that you've never had before.
Navigation is probably the strongest pillar of the Assassin's Creed franchise. It's always been beautiful and easy to use and allowed us to traverse all kinds of crazy environments. But when we took it to the forest, we had a whole new set of challenges. Trees are often not flat, they're V-shapes, all these, you know, unusual degrees of separation and distances. So instead, for example, of every tree needing to be 8 feet high, because that was how high the animation was, we built a system where basically it could be anywhere from 6 to 10, and the animation would work around it. And we did that for all kinds of things, moving between how wide the angle was on the V-shapes within trees, how broad the branches were, how far apart they were. And luckily, once you get all of those together and position them in the world within, you know, many different degrees of those ranges, you start to get a more natural, believable landscape. We felt that stealth was one of the underutilized features in the game. You know, it became more and more combat and navigation focused. And while we know that we don't want to force people to play super stealthily, we want to give people more options. So we built some features in the game, such as tall grass or bushes that are mobile hide spots that you can move through and remain hidden, so you can sneak up on enemies from a distance.
When you're up in the trees, you're much less detectable than you are on the ground.
We wanted sort of a branch layer within the forest where you could be above your enemies, assassinating from above. We built some new tools, such as the rope dart, which allow you to kill silently and create distractions. We have sort of traps in this game, which we built originally for animals, the idea of trapping and snaring animals in the frontier, but they're also useful against people. So we tried as much as possible to sort of extend the toolkit for players in terms of stealth.
For the animals of Assassin's Creed 3, we decided we wanted to create a hunting system and allow you to be able to go after the animals and hunt them. But I wanted more than just sort of reactive hunting. Typically, when you see animals in a video game, it's just, oh, there's an animal, okay, I'm going to kill him, and that's my choice. That's the extent of it. I wanted to be able to bring a sense of tracking animals. If an animal comes along and marks its territory, you know, bears like scratch their back on trees, you know, they do all sorts of crazy stuff. You can analyze the signs, see the footprints, and say, okay, there's an animal over here somewhere, I'm gonna go chase after him.
Yeah, man. One of the goals was to turn the crowd life of the game into the wildlife, and it was a fun challenge because you can't motion capture animals, so we had to keyframe and animate every single thing. Obviously we used video reference, but we went out to wildlife centres and filmed the animals, just watched them. You can't see them running around, so we used videos for that, but we got the details and like little ear movements, the way they'll shift their weight, how heavy a bear is. when it turns around, it's constantly like putting its weight on each leg.
We created the hunting map as well, which is basically an overlay on the game map where it breaks up the frontier into various different regions, and you can see what animals you've discovered in each region. So if you're looking for a particularly rare or difficult to find animal, you'll have a much better clue of the areas that you can discard because you've already fully explored them. So, okay, I'm gonna have to check up in this corner over here to see if there's a bobcat hanging around over there. I wanted to be able to bring some of that sort of National Geographic life of animals to players inside of the game and show them a lot of the behaviors and activities that animals get up to in this environment.
We really wanted to show off and do a lot with the animals, not just about navigation and reactions. We wanted to have these specific little magical moments that you'll find throughout the game in AC3.
I think we have over 20 different animals that you can interact with. You don't just go and look at them or kill them. Because the wilderness is kind of empty, if it's just trees and bushes, you want to be able to have this emptiness and then occasionally happen upon a deer or happen upon a bear and get into a fight. And it's up to you what you want to do with animals. You can scare them away, you can kill them, or you can just watch them.
I'm very proud of what we achieved, especially with the wilderness. I remember 3 years ago, we weren't sure at all if we were going to be able to pull it off. And today the frontier is massive, it's rich in details, it looks beautiful, and it works.
For Assassin's Creed, history is our playground.
All of the historical people and events are recreated as they are in a history book or in a documentary, but you, the assassin, are this sort of vein of fiction running through the middle.
Boston's a 1-to-3 scale. It's huge, the time it takes for a player to walk from here to the end of the neck.
Aim, and then turn your head, because when you pull the trigger, this blows up and would burn your face.
The revolution would not have succeeded without navies.
The office tagline is history is our playground, and we take it very, very seriously. We do a lot of research. We have historical advisors on staff. We try as much as possible to put anything that's objective, so a costume or a building or an event, to have it play out as accurately as possible. But obviously it's really just a background for our story. It's the backdrop that we set our game inside, so we build a fictional narrative that runs through it. So we try to say all of the historical people and events are recreated as they are in a history book or in a documentary, but you, the assassin, are this sort of vein of fiction, this made-up story running through the middle.
We started in the time before the revolution and went into a couple of years after its conclusion so that we had a wide space to play in. We tried to choose moments that were familiar to people, that would resonate, and then a couple of moments that might be new to them, so that we have this balance of something where players can say, oh, you know, I've learned about this, I've read about this, it's really kind of neat to see it from this perspective, and then other events that may not be as familiar, where they can feel like, oh, I'm learning something new, I'm being exposed to some interesting new historical information, new experiences.
All of our targets in any Assassin's Creed game actually have been real historical people. They always die at the right time, or the right year at least, in the right place. But how they die obviously is up to the player.
When I first came on the project, it was about 2.5 years ago, and right at the beginning, and that was kind of my first job, was like just start collecting information and see who was around, who these people were, what they were doing, trying to find events that might be, you know, pertinent to an Assassins versus Templar story. For us on the writing team, it's all about language and people and events and kind of the chronology of things and the motivations behind a lot of these men and what they were doing and the reasons for the events that they were involved in. Surprisingly, a lot of them weren't quite as noble as you might think they were. A lot of people, men, particularly in the colonial army, were fighting because it was something to do. They didn't really have a dog in the fight. They didn't really know what it was about, but they were promised 3 square meals a day and to see the colonies, and that was better than, you know, working on the farm.
In terms of dialogue for historical characters, if we stuck 100% to how people spoke and behaved back then, cutscenes would go on forever, and people would probably have difficulty in certain cases following what characters were saying.
Ah, bollocks! We're coming in!
We have several dictionaries that were written around the time of slang and what they call the vulgar tongue, so we were able to work in certain things that are a little bit more casual, a little bit more period specific. It might sound like gibberish to a lot of people because these are phrases that have definitely fallen out of favor.
3 pence a pound is hardly burthensome.
Choosing the cities in the game was a matter of answering multiple prerequisites. People were hoping for different events to happen in the game. For instance, the Boston Massacre was a must, but also the team wanted to have different events that we would bring back to light that people wouldn't know as much, and some of the events that also would fit more into our fantasy. The first time the player will get to Boston is eventually through the Long Wharf. It was something that we really wanted to do from the beginning. It feels like that's how you enter the New World if you come from Europe. A couple hills that were there back then. Fort Hill over here, the Common on top and the North Ward, and then Tremont, which were the 3 hills that were in Boston. This place is still called Tremont today because of the 3 mountains over there. Most popular was certainly Beacon Hill because people would use the beacon as a warning in case of any attacks. Unfortunately, had to cut some parts. One was Philadelphia. Actually, there are still parts we'll use in the game, but the city as a whole was a bit problematic. Landmarks were cool, but not sufficient to make this city really interesting as a gameplay purpose. And also technically, the fact that it was a grid, that like streets were really linear, was really hard for the loading, so we had to cut it off.
I think in terms of tone, all of the colonial cities we built are much more wooden than previous Assassin's Creed cities, which were often stone. The steepled roofs have a big impact on free running. There's a lot more nature in the cities than ever before, so there's often trees and larger squares. The streets themselves are wider.
For the first time in the series, we have a lot of slopes, like in the Frontier as well, but on the roofs there's a lot of slopes there. So that really meant that you could get into fights on rooftops that were really steep slopes. We had to spend a long time in the fight system, in just general navigation, like every single step the assassin takes, he has to place it correctly. We take a lot of the moves that we created for Frontier, because obviously that was the one that really pushed us most, and we bring it back into the cities as well, so you can do a lot of these cool things. But the one favourite that we do have is the ability to run through buildings. We call it the pass-through because we've added moves called the pass-over, so now you can jump over things, you can slide underneath things, and you can run through buildings as well. And it's really cinematic and it feels pretty awesome. It's over in a flash, but it's a great way of getting past people. And you'll have like a woman in the window and she gets scared as you run past, and it's pretty cool.
One of the scary things in moving to America from Europe was we had to rebuild all of our civilian population. These are characters that players often don't look at in great detail, but there are hundreds of them and many different flavors of them. You really need them to fill out your city locations. And we wanted to give them more specificity, more things to do, so our civilians can start and stop actions. Some of them are people who can give you missions you could come across. We wanted the civilians themselves to be sources of content.
Leave the tea to rot aboard those foul ships!
When history delivers something in the period we're dealing with, we can't really ignore it. And we knew that guns had become much more present in the American Revolution than they were in previous Assassin's Creed settings.
Picture being on a battlefield. When you pull the trigger on one of these bad boys, it would smoke like you wouldn't believe. So the smoke on the field was insane. Even the recreations today where they fire black powder, they only use a quarter to a half what they actually use, so the smoke isn't even really what it really was. So anyway, you're sitting there, the guys are marching at you, you're nervous, you're scared, your gun's searing hot because you've shot it already a few times. You gotta half cock it, you gotta put some, reach in your pocket, put some black powder in here, put this back, and you gotta go down here, you gotta drop your wadding in, then drop your ball, then drop some more black powder, and you gotta pull this thing out. Meanwhile, there's guys probably shooting at you. You gotta flip it over. You gotta stuff it like this. You gotta pull that out. This is searing hot, so your hand's burning because you already shot your gun a few times. So you're probably holding it here. You gotta jam this back down, and you gotta pick it up, see through all the smoke who you're gonna shoot at, aim, and then turn your head, because when you pull the trigger, this blows up and would burn your face. You gotta aim, then turn your head away and shoot. These guns have no rifling and you're shooting a little ball, so they're already really, really inaccurate, and they're very heavy and your hands are burnt and it's the madhouse. So, I mean, just imagine how inaccurate they actually would be. And when people talk about, you know, there was guns in those periods, it's so stupid the assassin couldn't get to them, just think of all of that when you think about what it took to shoot one of these things, and it's really easy to get to somebody in that time and take him out with a knife or a sword.
When we started thinking about the American Revolution as a setting, we realized the battles that happened, the events inside of the cities, the events in the frontier, those were all obviously critical to the revolution and exactly what we wanted to create inside of our game. But when we opened up the history books a little bit more deeply, you know, it became apparent really quickly the revolution would not have succeeded without navies. The British Navy was critical in their dominance in the empire that they created. We knew we had to go there. We had to try it, at least as a prototype, to see if we could get something going. Pretty quickly we were convinced that this was going to be something awesome, so we just staffed up a full-on team in Singapore to focus on this. As we went forwards, every iteration that we saw just got better and better. We developed this tech where you can go from a calm, glassy sea to absolutely huge raging storms, massive waves all over the place dynamically, like on the fly. When we saw that we were going to have these kinds of potentials, we knew it was going to be absolutely huge for us.
I have worked on games in the past where there was quite a bit of direction change, and this time there was almost none. We've really stuck to the initial vision. What we're delivering is pretty much exactly what we set out to deliver.
It's a long development cycle. You know, the joke, a lot of us who've been on it 3 years, we could have become veterinarians if, you know, in the same amount of time, and instead we made this game. And it's a huge chunk of your working life to put into something.
3 years ago, I couldn't imagine working on a game the size of this. It has depth and detail in so many different ways, from the microcosmic view of the homestead where you see what it's like to be a lumberjack in the American Revolution, to the sweeping, huge naval battles that you'll be inside of, and the cities where you'll see a whole new set of life, to the frontier where you'll be climbing on cliffs and running through the trees and watching wolves eating deer. To have the honor and privilege to work on this kind of thing, for me, is just spectacular.
Alright, so yeah, that is the behind the scene show series by IGN. It was actually quite cool. Like a lot of stuff we have seen in this that we didn't get to see in the Ubisoft created behind the scenes series. So yeah, that was really cool. Also, thanks again for picking the game The Harbinger. So as I said, you know, eventually I will play for Unity 100% anyways. But if you want to stick with a choice regardless, that's definitely fine. But yeah, you can also pick another game if you would like. Okay, let me also go ahead and turn on the sound again for the game. And yeah, we are back. Just done the wedding between Miriam and Norris, so we still have some homestead missions left. But yeah, behind the scenes was great though. Really enjoyed it. I liked how it really focused on different kind of like parts and aspects of the game, and really showcasing the intentions, you know, both behind kind of like the gameplay and the world they created, and which cities they focused on and why. But also between Connor, you know, and kind of like the people he encounters and why he behaves the way he does. You can really tell like all of it is super intentional, you know. It's not like they did a mistake in writing Connor or something. They, like, all of this was intended, like even things people criticize. Hey the viewer, welcome in. Came in at a good time. The video about firing a rifle was interesting. Yeah. I was like, that's not ideal. Like, imagine having to shoot that under these circumstances. So far is Rod. I'm happy to be sharing it. I'm looking forward to also share the behind the scenes for the other AC games we still have to play. Like Unity Next also was such a big step forward, so that's gonna be quite interesting. Learning about how they created the game world of Paris. And of course the parkour system. So freaking happy you don't have to work next week. I bet, Levy. It's gonna be great not having to. And then also, you know, having or being able to go to another place as well. But when coming up with a new character, the last thing you want to do is just copy paste what came before. Exactly, you know, and that's also one of the reasons they stated, you know, they wanted to make Connor be super different to Ezio and Idea. But yeah, I guess people liked more of the same.
It is beautiful, old man.
It is. I've found a painting for the space above the mantle. It's being held in New York. If you get a moment, I'd like you to pick it up for me.
Certainly.
Good. It may not be there, as the house where it was stored lay in the path of the Great Fire. If so, worry not.
It's Unity when the parkour was at its peak of a series. Yeah, I mean, Unity was fantastic. Such a shame, you know, Syndicate just didn't keep things like the menu jump button, because Syndicate could also have been, you know, fantastic parkour-wise. You could have just kept the rope launcher as like an additional tool, but, you know, keep the parkour as it was. There was no real reason to change it except for like hand-holding people and stop them from jumping down to the death. But yeah, that's just the thing with Quebec, right? Like, they try anything to bypass being able to die to 4 damage. In Syndicate, they just remove the option entirely. In order to say they just remove 4 damage entirely. Then in Tyranny of King Washington, you just can like fly anywhere with jump. So, yeah. Make the soldiers in the game look pretty good. It makes you think of The Last Samurai, where they're essentially worthless without any training. Months of training, really. Dude, The Last Samurai, I love that movie so much, dude. Definitely my favorite movie with... I forgot his name. Who plays the protagonist. But yeah, I thought it was such an interesting time, and also like how, you know, the killings of... the natives in America also had a direct influence on that story, you know. Kind of really also about colonialism in a way. Tom Cruise, yeah, thank you. Yeah, probably my favorite Tom Cruise movie, actually. I believe he was also a producer on it. Exactly, and the process sabotaging the franchise. Yeah, that as well. Japan is a little different to where you think you wouldn't want an AC game, where unless there's no Brotherhood Templars. That's definitely fair. I just wish AC would go like more towards Asia in general. Like, it doesn't have to be Japan, just kind of like go a bit beyond Europe, I guess. Or kind of like Europe-centered, I guess. Because the influence on the colonies, of course, was still like very much European. But I guess that's the thing, right? With the Templars originating from there, it kind of makes sense that they sent a lot of conflicts around the influence of Europe, the Templars. But yeah. Movie you would like to see again because you were just a young kid and didn't find any interest in that time was The Last of the Mohicans. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that that movie before. When did that movie got released? Have you ever seen AC in China, India, or Russia? Not necessarily in the time period of the Chronicles games, but you've got rich histories there that could be within a solid 2,500 years. Exactly, you know, there's like so much they could do. Yeah, I mean, I still would love to see like a Chao Yun proper AC game because I think she deserves it. Maybe like, you know, after Chronicles. Like after Chronicles and before the final kind of like cutscene, post-credit scene. But yeah, apart from that, I would definitely love to see just in general, you know, like games on more like the east side of the globe. Hopes and missions? Indeed, yeah. Yeah, we got quite a few here.
Connor, might I have a word?
What do you think of our little plot of land, Doctor?
It's quite beautiful. I'm grateful you found me. But to be truthful, people outside our community still avoid me like the bloody plague. It baffled me for a time, but then a courier delivered this to me. Before you found me, the British had demanded I not treat patriots nor their supporters. I refused, so they set about destroying my business. This tells me their smear campaign is still very much in effect. If things don't change, I may be forced to leave.
We need you here. I will do what I can to end this defamation.
You might start by finding the courier who brought this to me. He works out of Boston.
Indeed, let's do that. But first, let's go down here. An eye for trouble.
Connor!
What is happening?
Found this guy skulking around the inn. I pressed him, and it turns out he's looking for a deserter. Goes by the name of Big Dave. Says he's alone. Isn't that right?
I am! I'm alone! I swear it!
Another one, Connor. If he gets back to his officers, I'm done for.
Did I fall from my horse and he didn't? Like I shoot an arrow and I fall from the horse, but he doesn't. The fuck?
Another one, Connor. If he gets back to his officers, I'm done for.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna escape this time. The Last of the Mohicans came out in 1992. You were about 9 years old, and stars Daniel Day-Lewis, set during the in 1757 during the French and Indian War. Here's the trailer. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Rod. That sounds quite interesting. So it's kind of like set between, like also where AC3 and Rogue is kind of like set as well. Yeah, very interesting time period for sure. Given also how much, you know, that war kind of like influenced the American Revolution.
Where is he?
Coward kicked me in the gingamabobs, then threw sand in Dave's eyes. Well, he's long gone now.
Not good, Connor.
No. We can expect visitors soon.
We show that film quite often on the history type channels. You see 10 minutes here and there all the time. Well, that's one way to also watch a movie, you know, like step by step. Ah, nice. There's a dialogue here.
I want to get her something nice. I could get her a shark.
Oh, not a day goes by that one of the boys doesn't hurt himself. I'll get some rest with the doctor around, sending the boys his way.
I know what you mean. Maria is all over the property like a mad girl. Norris found her in his mine yesterday with a great big gash in her knee. That girl, I tell you.
It sounds like you all have your hands full.
Oh, you could say that.
Having the doctor here is great for all of us, Connor. Thank you for finding him and bringing him here.
He came here because of you. I only brought him the offer.
Any woman would head over one, I assure you.
If you were more interested in action movies set in modern times, that's definitely fair, dude. Alright, so that seems to be all the homestead missions in Davenport. Let's go to a frontier real quick just to check if there's anything. We could try to get this hunting society quest done real quick, because I still gotta hunt the deer. It's always like escaping and it's immune to kind of like a pistol, apparently. Oh yeah, definitely. I decided to go for Uncharted. I was kind of thinking between Uncharted, Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Batman Arkham Knight. But yeah, Uncharted was the only series I hadn't played before. And also the shortest of 3 games. And I kind of want to go for like a really short game now that I played such a long game like Witcher. But yeah, I would still love to get to Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Arkham Knight this year at some point. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Uncharted. I kind of heard mixed things about the first one. But yeah, I'm really curious to check it out and give it a try. Also, hearing more of Nolan North would be great as well. I love his voice actor. Wow, I love the voice actor. Nolan North forever. gotta find the deer again. Let's go and switch to the Royal Pistol, I guess. Yeah, Ruff, it's a great idea to do a game that's not as long to get through. I think a lot of fans say the second is the best, but actually found the first to be better in some respects. Ah, okay, interesting. I'm looking forward to see. I mean, it's definitely a bit older at this point. I mean, it's just as old as AC1, isn't it? I think. So I definitely don't expect it to be like, you know, perfect gameplay-wise or graphically or anything. What I most look forward to is kind of like seeing the characters and if the story is kind of like interesting. And also kind of like the puzzles. Since I hear there's like a bit of parkour and, you know, puzzles kind of like happening. Hey Lucinda, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good day. Bear, you think there's a remaster collection that either came out recently or coming out soon for Uncharted? If so, make grab it for PS5. Yeah, there's the Nathan Drake collection. That's the one I actually have for the PS4. It doesn't include the fourth game, but the first three in remaster version. So, yeah, that's the one I grabbed a while ago. Definitely looking forward to play those games. There it is. Is it already running away? Okay, I think it isn't alerted yet, so might run away this over here, I hope. Golden North wasn't two massive games in that year. Yeah. I mean, he has done so many insane games at the same time in general. There we go. Just gotta be patient. Very nice. Alright. Let's go to Boston. Looking for more homestead missions. You're doing alright, you suppose. You woke up late and it screwed your whole plan for the day up. Nothing serious, just means that instead of having a full 2 days to yourself this weekend, you only have one. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Well, it's definitely fair, Lucinda. But I hope you had some good sleep, at least. You did end up getting good sleep after all was said and done. Unfortunately, it took 12 hours to get 9 hours of sleep. Ah, damn. But yeah, 9 hours still sounds like a really nice amount as well. And I love these foods, they're just so damn smooth.
I am here on behalf of Dr. White. It is time the campaign against him came to an end. Who is selling the papers that slander him?
Well, you won't find argument from me. Doc Lyle healed my leg good as new. The pamphlets are being distributed by a few paper boys around Boston.
Okay, time to find some paper boys.
Dr. Death! Get the news on Dr. Death! Dr. Death! Get the news on Dr. Death!
If pests are invading your fields or homes,
I'll take that if you're giving it.
Samuel B. Crappit and Sons, wielding the latest technology for your peace of mind.
White Death! Come for healing, leave in a box. Thanks, mister. It's less than I get for this, though.
I mean, be happy you get doubly paid. And nice you finished Days Gone, Lucinda. Very, very nice. Have you decided yet what game you wanna be playing next?
It's not much, but very kind of you. Inform your families of White Death. Inform your families of White Death.
The Mill Pond Bridge has been declared unsafe.
It's not much, but very kind of you.
Where's the man printing these pamphlets?
Look, mister, there's a man who pays me to hand these papers out. So long as he's doling the coin, I'll be doing what he asks.
A wider selection of brewery services than any other maltster in the city.
You will be playing your first playthrough of Weird West next. It's a new game that just came out in the past month. It's a top-down camera shooty pew pew game. Looks fun. Ah, very nice. I don't think I've heard of it before, but I'm definitely gonna check it out. See how it looks like, and if you enjoy it. Yeah, Connor could definitely be a bit cheap considering, you know, he paid less than what the kid got for you know, talking bad about the doctor. Okay, let's check out this other brawling mission as well.
Looking for a all you do is hit. Too easy.
Come over here.
I think I have to counter him over here. Yeah, that works. Over here.
You're too predictable.
I'd like use the environment against him. One of you works as well.
Nothing out of the ordinary from you, eh?
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Indeed, Thor, welcome in. Okay, can you come over here?
All you do is hit. Too easy.
Can I hit him over here? Let's see. Maybe it doesn't work. Let's find some other environment. Like that. I love that. First we have a bottle. Oh yeah.
All you do is hit. Too easy.
Ouch. It hurts.
Nothing out of the ordinary from you, eh?
That's one of my favorite fights, considering how many environmental counters you have here. That's also the only way to actually beat him. Like, you can't counter hit him or like counter disarm or anything like that. Is this so hard for you? You had to look up how to fight them? That's definitely fair, Aura. Yeah, it also took me a while to figure out, okay, how I'm actually supposed to beat this guy.
Right position, Gerech.
Right, I think that's everything in Boston for now. Let's go to New York. I would like to talk to all the assassin recruits, actually. I reckon there's still some optional dialogues we have with each of them. Let's see. Oh wait, I can't talk to them here. Is there even an option to talk to the New York assassins? Are they like in Boston, maybe? Oder? Let's have a look here. Ah, there he is. Jakob Zenger.
Ah, Connor! Sit, sit!
How are you, Jacob?
Missing the beer gardens back home, but I'm well.
How did you arrive in the colonies?
Like most other men like me, the army. I was a Hessian for a time. It was a good job while I had it. I only felt it was time for something different once I arrived. Not long after, I am meeting you. So it seems my feeling was useful, no?
Certainly.
I am hoping to send for my family when the time is right. But we are fighting a war of our own, and I will not put them at risk.
Hopefully, things will die down soon.
No rush, Connor. I am in their hearts, and they are in mine. I received a letter from home.
What news?
My son is the strongest boy in our village, standing tall and proud. My heart grows heavy for them now, and my patience wanes for bringing them across the ocean. I have sent money for passage, war or no war.
We will keep them safe from the fighting when they arrive.
I am having no doubts about this. My worry is now the crossing itself. Many miles overland to a port in France. There they must be purchasing safe passage aboard a ship coming to the colonies. Then they must brave the voyage itself. Many risks.
Your son can lead them. You said yourself he is strong and capable.
My son? Ha! No matter how strong he grows, he will never be as strong as my wife. Wilhelmina is the most able person I have ever met. Else I would not have left them. It is more matters of fortune that trouble me. Storms, pirates.
These are things none can control. But I am sure if pirates try and take their ship, Wilhelmina and your boy will make the brigands rue their decision.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
The way he just stood in the table. Amazing. Okay, very cool. So that's all the dialogues with Jakob Zenger for now. He's originally from Germany, and yeah, it's trying to get his family across. It's really cool that you know, Connor is like saying that he supports, you know, also his family if they come across as well. But yeah, I feel like for both the Brotherhood and the Homestead missions, you can really tell how caring Connor is as a character as well. So I would like to find the other assassins as well. Let's go over here. I want to trigger all the optional dialogues available.
Thirsty, I take it?
What's wrong with taking a draft or two when the time's right?
Nothing, Jamie. Nothing.
And why don't you join me then?
Not right now. Maybe later.
I suppose you got important business to attend to. I understand. Don't worry about me, though. I can handle my boost. If you need me, I'll be there, Connor.
Right. I'm sure you will.
Hey, Connor.
Taking it easy today?
Things got a little out of hand the last time you saw me. Keeping an even keel.
Good. Where are you from?
Here. Born and raised, but I'm a mutt, if that's what you're really asking. Think I even got a little of the Far East in my blood. That's what my father said, wherever that bastard got off to.
What about your mother?
She's down south. Haven't seen her in 5 years or so. She works on a plantation, keeping care of the slaves. Slaves. That's why I left. Can't support that business. Owning a human isn't something any man should do. She doesn't agree, so I leave her to it. I make my life up here now. I'm an assassin. This is my family.
Indeed. But yeah, can't blame him for leaving that behind. Right, then we also have Dobby. Wonder if she's over here. Let's have a look. Jamie, or you make my own life. You know what, I also had to think a little bit of Shaver. Or you make my own decisions. Okay, she doesn't seem to be here. So I reckon she's down over here. There she is.
How'd you do, Connor?
I am all right. And you?
It's nice to be a part of something. Until now, I was sort of drifting about the neighborhood, getting irate when I saw things I thought unjust. Sometimes I'd intervene, other times I would come here. Now, I feel like all my energy's pointed at something.
I am grateful to have your help. How did you come to be you?
Funny question, but I get your meaning. I was an orphan. Pretty common around the ports with all the sailors and whores mucking about. I wanted to be out on my own, so I did what I had to do. That's when I decided to pretend to be a boy. That worked for a time, until nature decided otherwise and it just became a bad joke. Folks around the borough still called me Dobby, but the old codgers started leering and getting fresh. That's when I got tough. Took a good many shots to the face before I learned to defend myself properly. But now I dare any man to come at me. They learn their price quick.
Oh yeah, Dobby. We really leaned into each other. Yeah, wer keiner did, listener. I feel like I could actually make a good pair.
Hello, Dobby.
Connor, you look well.
I have been better.
Do you ever sleep? I really don't know how you do it.
I try not to think about it.
A strong man. Stronger than any I've ever met. How is it a man like you has no wife?
I do not have the time to give a woman what she deserves. Perhaps when all this is over, I will be able to settle and have a family. I hope.
Oh, of all the lecherous and deceitful men out there who have fathers, you'd be a godsend. But I suppose that's how it is. The good ones are too busy for it, and the louts have nothing better to do. In any case, if you ever think it's time, make sure I get the first crack.
I promise.
Nice. So yeah, that's all the optional dialogues with the assassins. And Rod, thank you so much for choosing A Plague Tale: Innocence as a game to add to the list. Hell yeah, thank you very much. Let's actually go ahead and add also the game that Harbinger added earlier. Let me take care of that real quick. Okay, so first we have AC Unity. And then we have A Plague Tale. Alright, I got both games added to the list. Thank you guys for redeeming those. And yeah, I'm actually not sure. I might actually have A Plague Tale: Innocence already. If it got ever given away on Epic for free, then I think I might have it. Even. But yeah, I will have to have another look. But yeah, thanks again for redeeming those. Alright. Yeah, Connor really can be a good guy. That's one of the reasons I love to do the Brotherhood and Homestead missions, because it really showcases another side of Connor. Rod, sleep? I never sleep. I just wait in the shadows, and I will kill you all. Everyone that sniffed the air that day in Siwa. Yeah, dude, I think the same thing there when Dobby asked if Connor ever sleeps. As far as I remember, at the end of this game, they just leave Connor and don't show what happens to him later in life. Yeah, I think it's like a book or a graphic novel or something that goes into detail about his later life. And him starting a family and also having a daughter that has the literal eco-vision. The same way that Bayek has it. Yeah, it really does look good, Lucinda. I love the stealth mechanics from what I've seen. I watched Rod actually play quite a bit of that game before. And yeah, Levi, I think you also mentioned that you really enjoyed it. Alright, but yeah, with all the assassins talked to, let's go out of this tavern here. And then I think it's time for main story. Kind of focus on side stuff, everything we had available up until this point. But yeah, it's time. I think I'm gonna set my assassins on missions first though. Okay, we could work on, let's see, Maryland. Let's go for that next. Round up the willing. There's no fighting in Maryland, but there are many willing to join the cause and form a regiment. See that it happens, every man counts. Okay, you guys can do that. And then we're gonna work on the first level 3 area. The powder alarms. The people around Boston have caught wind of brewing hostilities and have mobilized themselves. They're raiding powder stores and stockpiling their stores in turn. Listen to what the people are saying and locate all the secret magazines. And we have New York. Action at Long Island. The first major action of the revolution is upon the colonies. Commander George Washington stood against Howe's regulars, but were forced to retreat. They will be pinned against the East River and at Howe's mercy. The war may be over before it starts. Get to Brooklyn Heights and devise a way for Washington's troops to fight another day. Sequence 9. Father and Son.
Evening, Connor. I see you made it here in one piece.
Recovered from your beating, then?
Benjamin Church is holed up on an abandoned brewery on the waterfront. We should be done with this by sunrise.
Good. I would like to have those supplies returned as soon as possible.
Of course. I wouldn't want to keep you from your lost cause. Come along, then. Follow me.
Tell me something.
Hmm?
You could have killed me when we first met. What stayed your hand?
Curiosity. Any other questions?
What is it the Templars truly seek?
Order. Purpose. Direction. No more than that. It's your lot that means to confound with this nonsense talk of freedom. Time was. The assassins professed a far more sensible goal. That of peace.
Freedom is peace.
Oh no. It's an invitation to chaos. Only look at this little revolution your friends have started. I have stood before the Continental Congress and listened to them stamp and shout. All in the name of liberty. But it is just noise.
And this is why you favor Lee?
He understands the needs of this would-be nation far better than the jobberknolls who profess to represent it.
It seems your tongue has tasted sour grapes. The people have made their choice, and it was Washington.
The people chose nothing. It was done by a group of privileged cowards seeking only to enrich themselves. They convened in private and made a decision that would benefit them. Oh, they might have dressed it up with pretty words, but that does not make it true. The only difference, Connor, the only difference between myself and those you aid is that I do not feign affection.
Ah, so that's the only difference, yeah? Well, that makes your critic a bit hypocritical. Order, purpose, direction, okay, but what about the specifics and context and variables for Haven? Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Cider. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Haven is a really well-written character. I really like him. I don't agree with everything he has to say, but I think he's very well-written. Easily the best speech in AC3, possibly one of the best cutscenes in the entire series. You're a big Haven fan. The music changes with his tone too, so good. Yeah, it's a good one. I really like how they're confronting each other. But also like when Connor says, it seems your tongue has tasted sour grapes, because he's very cynical. And his outlook on life.
What is it?
I was hoping I could wave you past the guards, but he's replaced most of them with men I don't know. Well, I should be able to pass without arousing suspicion, but you...
No. We do this together or not at all.
Then what do you propose?
I will find a guard who is off duty and take his uniform.
Very well. I will wait here then.
Of course you will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to come along and hold your hand, perhaps? Provide kind words of encouragement?
Ah, Jesus, save him. Really? Rod's only order through threats and violence. Purpose is to completely deny people the freedom to live their life freely and justly. And direction to make everyone think that oppression is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the way they built the peace, like what kind of foundation they have for that is just horrible. To put people in a neat and tidy prison. Free of all spirit, as Edward would say. Tell them how you really feel, Haven. Yeah, no kidding. Just, you know, hug each other. Yeah, you don't necessarily agree with Haven, but he articulates it so well that you want to agree with him. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, that's what convinced a lot of people as well. The thing that Haven is saying the right thing, because he's very good at making it seem like that's the case. Obviously his, you know, views are also a bit flawed, and not everything he says is even the truth, but he's very good at kind of like, you know... He's just very well written, I guess. You can understand where he's coming from, and he has some points that he makes as well. So you don't agree with his words and actions, but he's a fantastic villain. Exactly, yeah. And then the other points he also makes about the, you know, patriots and kind of like the founding fathers, you know, are definitely valid as well. Like the patriot cause wasn't, you know, only noble. Maybe it could be an actual father Haven. Yeah. If only. Okay, so we can't be detected while stealing the outfit here. Probably try to poison dart this guy. First, these guys have to go past. Okay, so these guys are coming to investigate. We could just call the assassins, really. There we go.
That should suffice. Follow me.
Hold, strangers. You tread on private property. What business have you here?
The Father of Understanding guides us.
You I recognize, not the savage.
He is my son.
Tasted of the forest fruits, did you? Off you go, then.
The forest fruits. What an asset. Cheers, Cider. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, having played the games a few dozen times by this point definitely helps, knowing what to do in what kind of situations. Cinder, oh wow, so sad. Anyway, AC3 cards? Yeah, no kidding. It's like, whatever, just another death. Happens every day. Calm down, young Warren the Dickhead. Yeah, that's him, isn't it? Such a funny voice actor. You know word. Jesus.
It's locked. Give me a moment.
Must be strange for you, discovering my existence as you have.
I'm actually curious to know what your mother might have said about me. Always wondered what life might have been like had she and I stayed together. How is she, by the way?
Dead. Murdered.
What? I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, you're sorry? I found my mother burning alive. I'll never forget her face as she sent me away. Charles Lee is responsible for her death by your order. And you're sorry.
It's impossible. I gave no such order. I spoke the opposite, in fact. I told them to give up the search for the precursor site. We were to focus on more practical pursuits.
It is done, and I'm all out of forgiveness.
Well, they still look for precursor sites. What do you say now, Haven?
Benjamin Church, you stand accused of betraying the Templar Order and abandoning our principles in pursuit of personal gain. In consideration of your crime, I hereby sentence you to death.
No! You're too late. Church and the cargo are long gone. And I'm afraid you won't be in any condition to follow. We've chosen to stand with the victor. It's Britain who will win this war. You always did prefer principle to profit. Perhaps that's why your little kingdom started to crumble. It was a nice dream you had, but a dream is all it ever was. Look at the half-breed fight like some feral dog. Best we put him down, boys.
Those two! Get him! Don't let them escape!
Get him! The Indian too!
Take him down!
Where is Church?
I'll tell you. Anything you want. Only promise that you'll let me live.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
You have my word.
He left yesterday for Martinique. Took passage on a trading sloop called the Welcome. Loaded half its hold with the supplies he stole from the Patriots. That's all I know, I swear. You promised.
And he kept his word. Let's go.
Classic cave moment. He's like, yeah, you know. He promised, not I. There's a little bit of a pirating Haven after all, right? Like making those kind of like comments.
We need to get out of here.
You don't say.
Haven's like, stop stating the obvious, Connor. Wait, it's not? I wanna do some sightseeing of this burning warehouse.
Yet so far. You'll need to find a way around the flames. Get back here, traitors! Oh, how I'll enjoy making you pay for your betrayal. Did Church pay you well? Were you rewarded handsomely? And what good does your gold do you now? See if you can find something to pry it open. Honor? What are you up to? Oh, no. Don't do that. There's no way of knowing what's on the other side!
I love that moment. There's no knowing what's on the other side. I think I mostly see it by Haven's white hair, that he's like in his 50s, 60s or so, I think, at this point.
Church is at least a day on us. We must move quickly if we're to catch him.
I have a ship we can use. Meet me on the pier when you're ready.
And yeah, Rod, exactly, like, you know, like, even though Haven finds out a lot about what Shotzi is doing behind his back, you know, he never really punishes him in any way. That's really one of the things where Haven loses me, you know, that he still supports Lee. I mean, obviously Lee is a real villain, it's not Haven. But, yeah, like, Haven is enabling Lee. Like, all the time, really. I love how Haven tries to reason with him mid-Tego. Yeah. It's a good moment, for sure. Bitter end.
Shall we?
Yeah, exactly, Rod. I mean, Lee is kind of like his protege, really.
I told you this was a poor heading. Church is surely days ahead of us now.
Limit damage caused by collisions to less than 20%.
Yet to disappoint.
Well, the bar's not been set very high now, has it?
Oh.
We are closer than you think, Father.
Haven is such an asshole sometimes. Indeed, yeah, we played Black Flag first actually, because it's set in 1715 until 1735. So yeah, we played Black Flag first, then played Freedom Cry, then made a sudden AC3, switched back to Rogue, then played Rogue and Liberation at the same time as AC3, and now we're finishing the last chapters of this game. But yeah, Black Flag, Rogue and Liberation are all finished at this point.
Ship home!
If you want to have a detailed look at the events and when they take place, there's also this spreadsheet.
And she's dropped anchor!
that Rod just posted in chat so you can have a look over there.
Bring us in for a closer look, son.
I've done the same for Unity recently, so we also try to make Unity in like proper historical order as well.
It seems the ship has been abandoned.
Church always was a slippery little bastard.
After them! Let fly full sail.
Hurry, son! We won't get a second chance at this!
It's kind of funny that Haven knows like almost nothing about Nevo. But then it's like lecturing Connor the whole time, you know, about how he has to sail. Like how it gets good in the beginning of the game, you know, when he's like on the ship as a passenger.
It's almost as though you want him to escape.
Yeah, exactly, listener.
Go no faster!
Yeah, he likes to give orders and to hear his own voice, I believe.
Perhaps someone with more experience should take the wheel. It's almost as though you want him to escape.
She's passing between the cliffs, boy, and the Aquila's too big to follow. We need to go around.
God damn it! We're going to lose him!
What other choice have we? Those rocks would crush us.
And hey, Vekistek, welcome in, dude.
The current here is swift. We still have a chance.
Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream today. How was it?
Enemy ships approaching!
Oh boy.
Ready our weapons! Prepare to return fire!
Church is using the ambush as cover! Sink him before he escapes! Send that bast to the seafloor!
No! I need his ship afloat! The cargo must be saved!
Stop him, Connor!
There we go. Indeed, one of the fun naval missions. Oh, you played some more Death Stranding? Oh yeah? Hope the deliveries worked out well today.
What are you doing? Ending this!
Yeah, dude, I love it as well, Rod. You know, that he's like the same actor. Like, such a legend and such memorable character as well from the Pirates movies.
Secure the ship! Hook us in! Bring her close!
Also sounds quite different, you know? Like, he did a good job kind of like differentiating between the two.
The swivels! Cover from the quarterdeck! Secure the aft line! Tie off the bow! Hi-ya!
I need to get below deck. Who knows what madness my father intends?
You gotta do like a kill streak apparently.
Take my sugar!
Come on, take me.
Take anything you like!
Okay, cool, that's the kill streak done. Take my sugar. Same here, Rod. I was like really surprised as well, you know. Considering he's like quite a big actor through those movies. Wasn't like a side character like that in, you know, AC.
Empty.
Great position, Getter.
What has Church done with the cargo?
Okay, we got an update for Church. More of a betrayal theme. In selling out to the British, it looks like Church turned traitor on the Templars as well. I can't decide if I think that's incredibly gutsy or terminally stupid. Given how Church ended up, I'm going to go with a letter. He sounds like someone who would betray himself, if you ever him paid the first him well enough. True that. Okay, any other things? No events, no people entries. Okay. You're done with your non-audio portion of your work. Put up. So going to mute Super Lurking at the till the end of the stream. Just want to say it's a testament to the story and characters in this game that a few cutscenes of Haven spark so much conversation in here. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, he's a very well-written character. And I think we can all agree kind of on that. Might disagree on, you know, what we like about Haven. But yeah, he's really well-written, for sure. But yeah, that's the voice viewer. I hope everything goes well. Thank you for lurking and for chiming in as well. And yeah, we will talk to you next time. Take care, dude.
Some of them anyway. I'll give you credit for that. And for the quietude with which you pulled it off.
We had a dream, Benjamin! A dream you sought to destroy! And for that, my fallen friend, you will be made to pay!
Voice actor as well for Haven. Just great job.
Enough! We came here for a reason.
Different reasons, it seems.
Where are the supplies you stole?
Go to hell. Ah!
I ask again. Where are the supplies?
On the island yonder. Awaiting pickup. But you've no right to it. It isn't yours.
No, not mine. Those supplies are meant for men and women who believe in something bigger than themselves. Who fight and die that one day they might be free from tyranny such as yours.
Are these the same men and women who fight with muskets forged from British steel? Who bind their wounds with bandages sewn by British hands? How convenient for them. We do the work. They reap the rewards.
You spin a story to excuse your crimes, as though you're the innocent one and they the thieves.
It's all a matter of perspective. There is no single path through life that's right and fair and does no harm. Do you truly think the Crown has no cause? No right To feel betrayed? You should know better than this. Dedicated as you are to fighting Templars, who themselves see their work as just. Think on that the next time you insist your work alone befits the greater good. Your enemy would beg to differ, and would not be without cause.
And that's a great conversation as well here. I love it as well from Connor here.
You did well. His passing was a boon for us both. Come on. I expect you'll want my help retrieving everything from the island.
You know, kind of like how Church actually gives a perspective on, like, you know, how each individual party feels about the conflict. That everybody has a reason to, you know, be part of it. But that's the thing with Connor, right? Like, he's not really siding with any side either. I mean, yeah, he's definitely more siding with the Pages than he's with the Royalists. But he's not really standing on the other side.
Father, but I do not yet know if this bodes well or ill. Our goals are aligned, at least so far as independence is concerned. But he continues to defend Charles Lee, the man who murdered my mother and burned my village. Still, he makes a point about Washington and those who back him. I hear much talk of freedom and equality, but it seems one must be a landed white man to benefit. What if someone like me, or Surrey? What role for us in this? Is my father right then? There is so much I must consider and so little time in which to do it.
Welcome back. And how was Martinique?
Achilles, I owe you an apology. It was wrong of me to say the things I did.
Your words were harsh, Connor, but there was also truth there. I failed the Order, allowed the Templars to take control.
But now their hold is weakened, which makes me believe there's a chance for peace. Imagine what might be accomplished if we were to unite.
Why the change of heart? Where is this coming from? You've met your father, haven't you?
I do not claim to trust the man or even like him. But I would be remiss to ignore this opportunity.
Hatham may listen, but will he understand? And even if he does, will he agree?
Even he must admit that we can achieve more together than we do alone.
I assume you're off to find him.
Yes. I ride for New York to see what might be done.
And these cutscenes and conversations between Connor and Achilles are also so well done. I really love a relationship, you know. And what's really interesting, I think, also in relation, like, or as a difference to Haven, you know, the way they kind of like treat Connor, like both Achilles and Haven, is Achilles tries to kind of like not manipulate Connor, or tries to convince him that what he thinks is the only right way. He tries to make him think, you know, actually think about what he's doing and about what choices to make, without trying to indoctrinate him. Which is kind of funny, because that's what people, you know, criticize about Achilles in Rogue. That he's trying to indoctrinate the assassins, but quite the opposite in this game, you know. But Haven is much more the type to do so. But typical Haven actually gives Connor some praise and follows it up with being an asshole. Yeah. I guess he can't help himself. And yeah, Aura, like, Even was really mad with Churchill, with Churchill there. It's kind of interesting actually that he lets Connor kill him instead of doing it himself. If I remember playing this game on a 24-inch Samsung TV, you think it was on PS3 too? Yeah, I can imagine. Back in 2012 I played this on my brother's PC because my PC couldn't actually handle the game. I was just so in love with it. I loved all the new changes and how dynamic and alive the whole world kind of like felt. How vast as well. But yeah, so now that we're on sequence 10, let's have a quick look at the timetable. So sequence 10 takes place in the year 78. But so does the last naval mission called Biddet's Hideout. So I think we're gonna do it next. Finish off the naval as well, because that's literally the last mission we have available. So Biddet's Hideout takes place in March of 78, which is the reason I want to do it first, because the other missions might take place afterwards. So yeah, let's have a look here. Nicholas Biddle has been spotted in the Caribbean. Chase him and end his treason. I think it's actually a good follow-up to the church assassination as well. Considering the church was the one to hire Biddle as well.
Anything, Captain?
Due north of here.
Hey there, Blue Knight Alone. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
What's that weasel up to? Sheet anchor to windward, Captain. You can be sure he's got something up his sleeve.
So yeah, I did not include Odyssey initially in my list of this year playthrough, but I probably will play it regardless. I just hadn't changed the command yet. But yeah, I won't be doing 100% for Odyssey though. I would just play through the story and leave it at that. Might even do New Game Plus, I haven't decided yet.
It's a bloody
But yeah, fair warning, I might never do another 100% playthrough of Odyssey again.
So we fight, Mr. Faulkner. Board the Randolph. Sink the rest.
Take off a man of war within 3 minutes. Destroy Randolph's mast with a single broadside. Okay, that's it.
We got the compromise!
second wave.
Where are you going? We must take the Rando.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. 100% Odyssey sounds like a perfect speedrun candidate. Yeah, definitely. Only like 120 hours or so. That's nothing.
Hook us in! Bring her close! To arms! To arms! Man the swivels! Cover from the quarter deck!
Yeah, that's a good idea, Rod. Just focus on the good parts. Even though it's only like half an hour or something. But at least it's a good half an hour. Fucking hell. Almost died to the fire here immediately. Fuck. I had to kill only Biddle. The game didn't even tell me if I did it. Let's do a checkpoint here and focus on Biddle then. What the fuck? Game? I just died again to fire. I didn't even get to control my character. What the fuck? Is this... Can I please not die to fire this time? Thank you very much. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go for the sword here. It's a shame it gets cut out when doing New Game Plus. Do like all the Leonidas parts get cut out, or only the one at the start of the game? Because I know the starting cutscene gets cut out, but I'm not sure about the others. Corners of Fireproof confirmed. Yeah, I wish. Look at this pedal. That's him. Just one at the start. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think so, dude. It's on my side.
Come on, savage! Give me your best!
Come over here. Give him my best.
Tenacious! Smart!
The way he just fell over.
Your reign over the colonial coast has come to an end.
Is that why you hunted me? Because you thought me an enemy to the cause? You're every bit the fool I was told.
You brought pain and suffering upon innocent people for nothing but personal gain.
Pain. Suffering. I set them free. Weeded out the dissenters and empowered the patriots. So what if I was named Admiral? The revolution needs one, and I was the best man for the job. The only man. If not for me, the Continental Navy would remain but a handful of rafts. For all your vision, you assassins are blind to the truth.
Enough.
Wait. Let the Randolph die with me. Don't take as a prize. Please. Please. I want no quarter. Just to sink with my ship.
Oh, we can arrange that, but not without any explosion war.
I can't believe you mean to leave the Randolph. She's a mighty vessel, Captain, and one of Biddle. You show him mercy in the face of... I guess that's that then. A tad over-dramatic, if you ask me. Still, a waste of a formidable ship. How's about a cheer for the boys then, eh?
Victory for the Aquila! For her glory! Hip hip hurrah!
Hurrah! Hurrah! I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer, and now...
Hip hip, hooray! Kind of funny, that's something that children would say in Germany. Hip hip hurrah. More like kindergarten, kind of like talk over here. Which kind of makes it funnier for me. Like, you know, hearing Connor say it. But yeah, that finishes the naval of the game. That's all of the naval missions done. Let's check real quick if you actually gotten the 100% as well on all of the naval missions. Just in case. Indeed. Alright, there we go. That's the naval part of the game done. Excellent. Let's go back to our assassins here. We still can send them on missions. We have suspicious ships. Some British schooners have been prowling off the coast of Gloucester. Take First Mate Faulkner of the Aquila and pin them in allowing the Patriots in the area to capture the warships. Then we have New York. Kips Bay, Manhattan. Things have gone from bad to worse for Washington at Kips Bay, and the soldiers are calling in the ascension of Shardsley. Something must be done. And we have Pennsylvania. Impending disaster at Paoli. Anthony Way's men are in dire straits in the area of Paoli Tavern. Major General Charles Gray of the Regulars has stated that he will give no quarter and take no prisoners should they win. All scouting reports indicate a British victory is a certainty. Try and save as many soldiers as you can. Right, and then another thing I wanna do actually is I wanna leave the enemies and see if there's any kind of like optional dialogue or emails that we've gotten. Okay, nothing for Rebecca. William is currently not here, he's in Cairo, so we can't talk to him, but maybe to Sean. What happened to the visual effect of this here? It's bugged apparently. Sean is leaning against an invisible wall. Okay, there's no dialogue for Sean either. In that case, let's go have a look at the laptop. Another message from Juno. Thinking about you. You're kind. You're wretched, simple things. One step removed from animals. One step removed? No steps. None. You are animals. We have the sense. The six. We were transcendent. You are pretenders. You suppress. Your artifices are lies. Economics, philosophy, literature, love, all born of desperation. Denying what you are. Animals. Who root who feast, who fuck, who kill, hate. That is what I think of you when I think of you. Wow, Juno, that's very kind of you to say that we're no different than animals. But yeah, it tells you quite a bit about, you know, how Juno views humankind. Wear your minds, don't worry. I know you think it's dangerous for me to head to Egypt on my own, and you're probably right. Wouldn't be surprised if Cross is already there. We're locking these things down left and right, but we don't have a lot of options. If there is a chance to grab the last power source, we've got to take it. I promise I will be careful. I've been fighting these bastards since before you were born. Literally. Yeah, that's of modern day. We have. Yeah, a bit harsh aura. Just a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and check on the home status here. There's some new missions we have.
They'll have to get through us first.
We're with you, big guy, no matter who's coming.
Connor! Connor!
The comeback.
Coming, David. We need to be ready. Who is coming? Redcoats. David's to be tried for treason. Executed, more than likely.
Connor, glad you're here. I want to show you something.
That's no worries at all, Lucinda. Thank you so much for coming by and for joining. I hope your errands run well. And yeah, here's also a shout out to you for anybody who hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel before. She's been just finishing with Days Gone, but also plays all kinds of other games, from Resident Evil to Dying Light, Dishonored, Bioshock, and loads of others. And yeah, stream on a regular basis. Also a big fan of Stream Raiders. So if you haven't checked out her stream before, then I highly recommend doing so. Alright, another thing we can do actually is go and place a trip mine. That's quite good for the ambush here. Maybe like over here. And one over there.
Hear them coming.
And that's the verse, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one.
David Woolston, turn yourself in and stand before a military tribunal on charges of treason and desertion.
I don't want any part of this war. Leave me be.
Seems like other trap has been reset or something. Enough. Let's place one here. Love it.
Connor, I'm sorry for bringing this violence on the village.
We protect our own. The British will not risk losing more soldiers for one deserter. You are free of it now.
Indeed. The homestead continues to grow. Oh yeah.
A word, Connor. Hey, Connor.
What did Connor do there? That's kind of funny. I just saw Paco down there on the edge and he was just like doing those moves instead of going down.
A word, Connor. You have business in New York on occasion? I only ask because I ordered a package from France and it's long overdue. I've written a postmaster and he's yet to respond. I thought you could inquire in person if you had the chance.
I will pass by the next time I am there.
Nice. Alright, that's everything in Davenport currently. Let's have a quick look at the frontier here. Yeah, we could actually take on another Hunting Society mission, and there's also some optional dialogues here in Valley Forge, it seems. Okay, let's go over here. Except this Hunting Society mission. Post office can't help if you don't have a tracking number. Silly. Yeah. Arthur would learn at this point, you know. A scarce resource. Gunpowder is in short supply for the Patriot cause, despite the militia's best efforts to seize as much as possible. Some French ships are delivering several thousand barrels over the next few weeks. Accompany the convoys and ensure they arrive at their destinations safely. Okay, you guys to that. And we have New York, Ho and Harlem. After a string of defeats, the colonial army is demoralized and afraid, but they are capable of winning the next encounter likely to occur at Harlem Heights. Most men are cocky and have taken to goading the Patriots. Making the rebels aware of a British mockery might be enough. And we have Pennsylvania. Germantown. Commander Washington has opted to advance on General Ho's troops at Germantown. He hopes to surprise them as he did at Trenton, but Ho and his Hessians will not make the same mistake again. There's no stopping the Commander-in-Chief now, so just make sure he remains out of harm's way. Alright. Hey there, Vinay. Welcome back. How's it going? How have you been? Hey Verdon, welcome in, dude. Hope everything's well. Oh yeah, this game definitely gives me nostalgia as well. It's kind of crazy to think it's been 10 years, almost, the game launched.
You want to impress some people? Bring down the alpha wolf in these woods. He's big, fast, mean, and elusive. Only a couple men have ever seen him, and I tell you, they wish they didn't.
Busy with studies, Vinay? Well, that's good to hear, though. I hope it's going well. Happy weekend to you as well, done. Alright, we wanna go up here to Valley Forge, but on the way where? We can pick up a large chest. Let's get it. Still looking for more recipes here. Oh yeah. Okay, let's actually go over from this fort side. We can also do a Hunting Society mission on the way there. Okay, somewhere here should be a wolf. Just gotta find the tracks. Okay, that's for beaver. There he is. Got him. Nice.
Ja, man.
Alright, cool. Let's go down and talk to Washington now, since it's so close to Valley Forge here. Wait, was there more to the mission? I thought I killed the other wolf. Oh, maybe I didn't. Never mind.
The season for war is fast approaching, Commander. Have you decided upon a strategy?
You cut to the core of things, don't you, Connor? We are divided. The British have Philadelphia, and we hold Boston. Hal won't try for Boston again. There is no sense to such a maneuver. The port in New York, and by extension the Hudson, will be his prize. And we will march there to meet him. For glory, or for ruin.
Are you sure that wise, Commander?
Hesitant to take action. You. I'm surprised. Our army is as prepared and large as ever, and the time for patience has passed. We need to strike a decisive blow this spring, and New York will be the stage. Whether we achieve victory or not will remain in the Lord's hands. We've done all we can.
Of course. The Lord's hands. Yeah, I believe we can also talk to Lafayette over here as well. Just gotta find wherever he is. Of course he ain't here. He's always running around somewhere, but never where you look for him. Nice, all of these assassins were successful as well. But yeah, we're gonna set them on more mission next time, I believe. Is he down here, maybe? There he is.
Monsieur Connor, a pleasure as always. What brings you?
I wanted to ask you something. Why is this revolution so important to you?
Since I decided to embark upon this adventure, through all the lords and merchants and soldiers I've spoken to, you are the first to ask me this. Have you ever been to France?
I have not.
One day, when all of this is over, I will invite you to Paris to stay with me and my family. She is the most beautiful city in all the world, Connor. Full of art and culture, women and wine. But she's sick on the inside. Black and rotting. But here is something quite different. On the outside, the colonies are dirty and dangerous, unforgiving and uncivilized. But on the inside, they glow. And that is why I am here. To learn. I want to return home, able to touch France's black heart and make it glow once more.
I love that reference here to the French Revolution. That's of course still to happen. And also, you know, that connection to like Connor potentially being in Paris at some point. You know, like he got directly invited here. I would have loved to see Connor in Unity, even if it was just for like, you know, one mission or two. But to have like a reference to him would have been fantastic. Or maybe to Lafayette, or in Lafayette talking about Connor or something like that, you know. Would have been a nice kind of like chance to make a connection there. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna call it for today though, for AC3. We've done some good progress. I think next time we might even be able to finish the game, to be honest. At this point we only have a handful of missions left really. Let's have a look. Yeah, sequence 10, that's 3, 5, 7 main missions left at this point. And then in the homestead we have also only very few left. So yeah, I think next time we're gonna train the assassins to Master Assassin rank, finish our remaining homestead missions, and might even finish the main story, to be honest. That could be happening on Sunday if I decide to do another stream of this. If not, on Monday. But yeah, I think on Sunday I might actually go back to some retro games again, because I've been like, it's been a while since we played some of those, like Sims and FIFA Street and stuff. Hey there, Rogue Zero, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Sorry about the bad timing. But yeah, feel free to leave a follow for the next stream if you want to check it out. We're probably gonna come back to AC3 the latest on Monday. But yeah, we also play all kinds of other games. Tomorrow we're actually gonna be starting a new game. Now that we finished Witcher 3 yesterday, last night, it's time to check out something new. And yeah, we're gonna actually be checking out the Uncharted series with the very first game called Drake's Fortune. I haven't played Uncharted before, like, ever. So yeah, it's gonna be something fresh for me and something completely new. Definitely looking forward to getting into it, but it's also quite short, so I think we might be able to play through it in like 2 streams even. I think it's between 6 to 10 hours total. So yeah, very soon I will also have to think about something else to replace it. If I really enjoy Uncharted 1, I might even play Uncharted 2 directly afterwards, but I'm gonna decide that during the playthrough, I guess, depending how much I enjoyed it. The voice Rod, Don, thank you guys so much for coming by and for joining. Cheers, Aura, you have a good weekend as well. Indeed, Big Pockets, Gisek. Yeah, I'm looking forward to play those games. I watched Rod actually play for them a while ago. And yeah, really enjoy what I've seen. Uncharted is new game plus and speedrun friendly. Yeah, it even has like a own kind of like speedrun mode, doesn't it? Which tracks like each individual mission time. I thought it was quite nice actually when I learned about it. I gotcha. Yeah, I only have a Nathan Drake collection right now, so 1 to 3. But yeah, depending on if I really like them, then I might play more of it. But yeah, for now we're gonna go and exit to main menu, and then we're gonna have a look who's online, so we can raid out of here. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's see who's streaming. Ah, seems like Ronnie is online, playing some Red Dead. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna say hi over there. See how he's enjoying his time today with the game. Cheers, Rock Zero. You as well. Thanks again for dropping by. And yeah, maybe catch you in a future stream. And yeah, thanks again also to all the support today, everybody tuning in and for joining. Rod, thank you again for the raid earlier, and Gisek, thank you as well. I'm the best, thanks again for the resub with 13 months. And Blue Knight Alone, thank you also for the follow and for tuning in. And yeah, everybody else, thank you for, you know, being here, watching the stream. As said, we're gonna be back tomorrow with more of Uncharted. So hope to catch some of you guys for that. And yeah, hope everybody's having a good rest of the stream today. Rest of a day. Jesus. But yeah, if you wanna drop by Ronnie's, feel free to also use these raid emotes here. And yeah, I will catch you over there. Until then, take care everyone, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.